Okay. All right, come on. Welcome back. Wake up, people. Yes, I am a little hoarse. Yes, I was talking all night to lots of wonderful people who had a good time last night, huh? Yeah, and the people that aren't here had maybe too much of a good time last night. But we are back. We've got a whole nother day of amazing speakers, and much of it is going to be just like yesterday. So the sponsors are still across the plaza. We still have the artisan desk upstairs, as I'm sure you're well aware of where the coffee is at this point. And lunch will be brought in again, so we can hang here, or you can go out and find somewhere. So we're going to run it back with somehow a roster of sponsors or speakers that were as good as yesterday, which feels impossible, but I assure you that it is not. So up first we have a very special one for you. Up first, we have Evan You, the creator of Vue.js. Yeah, exactly. And I remember way back when Taylor started talking about Vue.js, and then Jeffrey started talking about Vue.js. And then I was like, I guess we're doing Vue.js now. And that is how I got into Vue, and I've never left. I love Vue. I love you, but I love Vue.js as well very much. I'm very grateful to Evan for bringing, I think that almost like that Taylor Otwell sense of really good taste to a JavaScript framework. But building one of the best JavaScript frameworks in the world wasn't enough. Evan went on to create Vite, which, if you don't use Vue, you probably still use Vite. So you use something that Evan created. He is really taking hold of the JavaScript complexity and trying to tame it, which, God bless him, that's very difficult. He is now the founder of a company called VoidZero, and he is here to talk to us today. Please welcome to the stage, Evan You. Good luck.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Woo! So, yeah, I haven't been to a Laracon for a very long time, so very stoked to be here. And today I'm going to be talking about Vue, Vite, and the future of JavaScript tooling. I know I'm wearing a PHP hat today, but this talk is about JavaScript. I'm sorry. Okay, so a bit about me, just to sort of catch up, because last time I've been at a Laracon was like 6 years ago. Right? So I made Vue and Vite. I've been an independent open source developer since 2016. I founded a company called VoidZero in 2023. We've been running for almost 2 years now. And I'm now living in Singapore. Right? How many of you have been to Singapore? Not a lot. It's a very long flight, I tell you. And the reason I took that whole flight to be here is because, well, I haven't been to a Laracon for such a long time. Last time was in 2019 in New York. That's 6 years ago, right? First time at Laracon was in 2016. That's like 9 years ago. Crazy to think about. And in between 2019 and 2025, a lot of things happened, right? I think I was talking about Vue 3, which was not released yet in 2019. And after that, we released Vue 3 in 2020. I made Vite in 2020, founded the company. Taylor raised a lot more money. And here we are. And yeah, just going back to this tweet where it all started, Taylor was cool before Vue even hit 1.0. So I'd say Taylor has probably a very good taste in picking things. And to put this into context, right? This tweet was from 2015. That is this early in the life cycle of Vue, right? Vue was created in 2014. Ignore this spike; it's a bug in npm stats. Yeah, so that was 2015, and shortly after Taylor tweeted about this in 2015, we hit 1.0 in October 2015, right? And then in early 2016, I started working on Vue full time. And then I spoke at my first Laracon in 2016. That was July 2016, and then shortly after we released Vue 2. The next Laracon I attended was in 2019 in New York, and shortly after, we released Vue 3. Vue 3 finally became the default in January 2022. That was the Vue 2 to Vue 3 story was a long one, right? We took a very long transition period. Ecosystem is still actually, there are still a lot of people using Vue 2 up to this day, but it was officially deprecated at the end of 2023. So if you're still on Vue 2, I would really urge you to upgrade. So now here we are at Laracon 2025. You might think, okay, does this mean Vue 4 is coming? Well, just here to tell you, no, it's not. We don't have plan for Vue 4 just yet. But let's take a look at Vue today in numbers. Just taking a look at both Vue 2 and Vue 3, we have over 10,000 plus commits, 500 plus releases over the years. We have more than 2 million users worldwide, 250,000 GitHub stars, 7 million weekly NPM downloads, more than 1 billion monthly CDN requests on JS Deliver. So going back to here, when Taylor discovered it, it was just doing 1,800 per week downloads. I guess a lot of Laravel users back then were also just using Vue directly as a script or through a CDN. So that kind of, put it into perspective. But we're at like 7 million a week today. So that's a long way. And really, Vue got a lot to thank to the Laravel community. To thank Taylor and Jeffrey for discovering it and bring it to the wider community in Laravel. And yeah, it was really sort of important moment in the early growth trajectory for Vue. So thank you all. If you've used Vue with Laravel, thank you very much. I know some of you might have bent your knees to the React overlords, but I still love you. OK, so for Vue 3, this is the stats. So Vue 3 has this dependency called @Vue/runtime core. So we use it to track the download count for Vue 3 itself. And we're looking at 76. Well, Vue 3 percentage actually is now at over 70%. So of all the downloads on NPM, more than 70% are on Vue 3 projects. And this has been growing pretty consistently. So looking at the growth of Vue 3 alone, compared to last year, it has more than 67% in growth. That's actually surprising to me. As a more than decade-old framework, we're still seeing very substantial growth in terms of total usage. So going back to what we are focusing on Vue nowadays, like I said, there's currently no plan for Vue 4 because Vue 2 to Vue 3, I know it was a pretty big, drastic change for a lot of people. So we really want to drive the idea home that, OK, like we want the ecosystem to be stable. If you're building on Vue 3 now, you should expect your code to work the same way 5 years later or even 10 years later. We don't want to break stuff, right? So what are we working on, right? So stability is the obvious thing. Even when we ship new features, we don't want to break stuff. The next is DX. Vue, as a framework, has grown much larger in scope. So it's more than just its core library. It's more than just the files you run in the browser. It's also all the surrounding things, right? It's the dev tools, it's IDE support, it's the build tools. So speaking of DX, one of the reasons I created Vite was when I was looking at Vue CLI one day, and I was just tired of how slow it was. And I was like, I really need to build something just specifically designed for Vue to make it build and work really fast. Turns out that was a great idea, and it was such a good idea that we eventually made it framework agnostic. But yeah, Vue was initially born just for Vue. And we also kept on improving the surrounding tooling, like the browser DevTools extension. We actually shipped a brand new version, V7. This one is completely rewritten from the ground up using Vue 3 itself. We shipped it earlier this year. And the language tools, this is the low-level supporting tools for you to get better IntelliSense when you're working with Vue single-file components in your IDEs. So if you're using VS Code and using TypeScript with Vue single-file components, right? This is what makes it possible. And we've had a bit of technical stability issues when we upgraded the language tools to V2 because we were trying to tackle some of the double memory consumption issues and trying to just be more efficient. But that took also quite some time for us to figure out. So in the latest 3.0, which was released just a while ago, we finally figured out most of the issues, and we now shipping with a much more stable architecture, and just makes, in general, working with TypeScript and Vue much more enjoyable. So what's coming in Vue 3.6, which is the latest minor that's currently in alpha? Again, no major changes, so if your code will continue to work exactly the same way. There are two main important internal improvements. One is the reactivity system refactor. Some of you may know that Vue's reactivity system is actually usable standalone as its own package. So you can actually use @Vue/reactivity as a standalone NPM module. And that's actually what Alpine is also built on top of. So the API contract of the reactivity system is actually pretty stable, standard, which allows us to actually rework how it's implemented internally without breaking anything externally, right? So we can, this is actually what we did in 3.6. We already did 3.4. We already did that once in the past where we completely refactored the system without breaking anything. And we're doing it again in 3.6. This time it's going to be even faster, right? So to put it in context, there is this kind of new trendy concept called signals in JavaScript nowadays. How many of you have heard the term signals? Okay, not a lot, right? But it's essentially a different way to call Vue refs. Okay, so it's the same idea of having reactive data sources, and you track their changes over time, and when you mutate something, you re-render stuff. So that's the whole concept about tracking and signals. In fact, in the JavaScript ecosystem, we're now seeing almost every single framework other than React is convergent on the same paradigm. So if you look at some of the newer frameworks, like not even newer frameworks, Angular now ships with signals, right? Preact ships with signals. Svelte, Solid, Svelte 5 also introduced signals. Solid is the one that popularized the idea of signals. So the whole JavaScript framework landscape is looking more and more like, here's React, here's everyone else is using signals, right? So the thing we did in 3.6 is we refactored everything again. So if you look at this benchmark, so the idea of signals got so universally accepted across major frameworks that there is actually an official TC39 proposal. That's a language proposal for JavaScript to make signals a built-in concept of the built-in construct in the language itself. This thing is still pretty early, but when we were working on a polyfill for it, right, we noticed that, okay, it's pretty slow. So one of our team members, Johnson, he started tinkering around Vue's own reactivity system and also noticed it's not the fastest one. So decided to just like rebuild it. He initially implemented it when he was working on our language tools, because he needed incremental caching of the parts of when parsing the single file components. He ended up building the fastest possible signals implementation in existence called Alien Signals. And then we backported this into Vue. So that's the system we're using in 3.6, which means if Alpine upgrades its Vue reactivity dependency to 3.6, Alpine also gets faster. So, all right. So the other thing, major thing in 3.6 is vapor mode. So in short, what is vapor mode? I don't know how many of you have actually heard about this, but it's a different way to compile your Vue single file components. And it's mostly focused for extreme performance. How fast it is? If you look at the JS framework benchmark, which is probably the most widely known third-party benchmark for JavaScript framework rendering performance, previously, Vue is, obviously everyone is almost faster than React, but Vue is like solidly behind Solid and Svelte, which is like, you know, these more lighter weight and faster newer generation frameworks. But with Vapor Mode, we actually jump ahead again. So with Vue Vapor Mode, we actually catch up in performance with these lighter, newer implementations, and the bundle size gets down to 7 kilobytes by default, right? So that's why it's called Vapor Mode. Some of the key facts. Vapor Mode supports exact same API with the code you're running today, but it's a subset, right? So it does not support the full set of API. It supports enough for you to build exactly what you're building today. Currently, it only supports single file components and script setup, which means it's composition API only. It might be possible for us to give, to basically have opt-in options API support, but it would actually be, the reason we don't do it is because options API is not compiler friendly. This new whole mode is very compiler centric, because when you write script setup, we're able to analyze the relationship between the JavaScript and the template much better, and also produce more efficient output. But for the subset of the APIs that's supported in Vapor mode, we guarantee the same behavior between virtual DOM mode and Vapor mode. It just gets much faster in comparison. There's also granular opt-in, which means you can have an application that is still virtual DOM based, like the app you have today, and then embed Vapor mode components inside of it. For example, if you have a page that is particularly performance sensitive, you can opt into Vapor mode for that page only. And you can also next virtual DOM components back inside Vapor, which means you can then have, if you have hardware dependency on a virtual DOM-based UI component library, you can also do that. So to illustrate the idea, on the left we have the same single file component source. On the right we have very different compilation output. So we don't have time to dig into the details here, but just to give you an idea, the code actually also gets a bit leaner as well. So it is now currently already available in the latest 3.6 alpha. It's still experimental. There are some features that we have pending PRs, but we haven't merged yet, which will be merged over the alpha to beta process. And in order to use it, simply add the Vapor attribute to your script setup tag, and that component becomes compiled in Vapor mode. Right? By default, if you opt in this way, it means you will be pulling in both the virtual DOM runtime and the Vapor runtime. So your app actually gets a bit heavier. So if you want to build a new app from the ground up using Vapor mode only, just change your root create app call to create Vapor app. And this will give you a smaller bundle and also Vapor only components. So that is Vapor mode. So now let's talk about Vite. I got 5 minutes left. That's OK. So we got to go fast. We just crossed 23 million weekly downloads, and we just overtook Webpack this week. Woo-hoo. So yeah, this is something I actually didn't imagine would be possible when I just made Vite 5 years ago. I made a prediction in 2021 saying, OK, like a lot more people will be using Vite instead of Webpack starting in that year. People made fun of me. They're like, well, Webpack is here to stay. You're never going to beat Webpack. Well, here we are. And it's been default in Laravel since V9, so that's like 3 years ago. Again, Taylor has great taste. He was in it before it was cool. Right? So Vite now has a really big ecosystem. It's probably a bit more lean towards the JavaScript ecosystem. There are a lot of full-stack JavaScript frameworks built on top of Vite nowadays. Obviously, there's integration with Laravel. There's integrations with Rails, which is community-driven. But so we're seeing a lot of growth, a lot of adoption. But that also makes us think about, like, what can we do to make Vite even better, right? People love it. But fundamentally, I've always thought about, OK, like, if I made Vite, I have like infinite resource to rethink what Vite could be. What should I do, right? When I first created Vite, I still took a lot of shortcuts, right? For example, the current version of Vite that you are probably running today relies on a bunch of third-party dependencies, like esbuild, like rollup, right? Part of the reason why the dependency pre-bundling is so fast is because esbuild is written in Go. It's extremely fast. But for production, we had to go for rollup. There's a lot of trade-offs here. So these different bundlers, like esbuild is extremely fast, but when you ship for production, there are different requirements. You need smaller bundles. You want better chunk splitting. You want finer grain control. You also want plugging API compatibility with the existing ecosystem. All of these things rollup is really good at, but rollup is written in JavaScript, and it's still kind of slow compared to native bundlers. And then for some React developers, In order to get React hot module replacement, they still need to transform their React components, either using Babel or SWC, which just adds additional overhead and inconsistency to the whole pipeline. So one thing we started thinking about, maybe in early 2023, was like, what about we just write a new bundler for Vite itself, right? So we started working on the idea of a bundler called Rowdown. So when we started working on Rowdown, we also just followed the rabbit hole, because in order to build a bundler in JavaScript, for JavaScript, you need a JavaScript parser, you need a transform setup, you need minifiers, you need resolvers, you need all these lower level things. And we realized, okay, like even at these level, the JavaScript ecosystem is just so fragmented. The challenge that we were facing in Vite is actually a reflection of the JavaScript ecosystem at large, right? So if you've worked with JavaScript tooling and digged into each layers, you'll notice like every single layer, there are just so many different options. And a lot of these higher level tools are actually, coupled together using these different pieces. So we have like different parsers, transformers, test runners, linkers, formatters, bundlers. You get what I mean. So that eventually led to the idea of what if we start a company and just try to really build the JavaScript toolchain that we always wanted ourselves, to unify things from the ground up, make it extremely performant, make it uniformly designed, and use it to power Vite. So this is what VoidZero is essentially doing nowadays. So the 4 major projects that we maintain: Vite, Vitess, Rowdown, and OXC. And on the grand scheme of things, at the bottom we have OXC, which is the language toolchain that includes the parser, semantic analysis, transformer, resolver, etc. It is also the bottom layer for the linter and formatter. Then we have Rowdown, which is the Rust-based bundler built on top of it. And we're going to put Rowdown into Vite to replace both ESBuild and Rollup. So we want the performance of ESBuild. We want the API compatibility with Rollup. We want the advanced chunking control and output quality, minification quality of Webpack. So, and at the top, we want the development experience of Vite to be untouched, right? So that is the goal that we're aiming for. On top of that, we also have something called Vite Plus, which I'll talk a bit about later. The progress so far, OXC, we finished most of the stuff, and they're also really, really fast. If you're interested, you can check out the benchmarks, but typically, we no longer compare with JavaScript implementations. We actually only compare with like other implementations that's also written in Rust, and we're consistently 3 to 5 times faster. Rowdown, like I said, we want to combine the best of the 3 existing solutions. We want to combine the strength of ESBuild, Rollup, and Webpack, and build the best possible bundler. And we're going to put it into Vite, right? So this is currently already in technical preview. So there is a separate distribution called Rowdown Vite. And you can, if you want to try it out today, you can just override it in your package.json. So the exact override format depends on the package manager you're using, but it's a drop-in replacement. It works exactly the same, and it will likely make your production build 3 to 10 times faster. So these are the real-world performance swings we're seeing. The fastest one got 16 times faster builds. Some of the more production-oriented ones. This one is actually outdated. So Linear just reported to us this morning that they got the build to be 6.5 times faster for a really huge production app, 20 megabytes of JavaScript. Yeah, thank you. And we also have, that's Vite Plus, which is work in progress. So this is the vision that the company VoidZero set out to do. It's a unified toolchain for JavaScript. So it's a drop-in upgrade of Vite. It basically makes Vite more powerful. So we're still thinking about how this would sort of work in a context like Laravel or backend-centric frameworks. But for people who are just building direct Vite SPAs or building a Vite-based framework, this will be a drop-in replacement. So in addition to the development and build commands that we have today, it will integrate test, bench, linked, format, library bundling, scaffolding, code generation, and monorepo task runner caching out of the box, combined with GUI DevTools. So far, the progress we've spent the past 2 years mostly working on these lower level pieces, right? We check the boxes one by one, and we're now in the stage where we get to the fun part, is actually assembling these things together into a coherent experience out of the box, right? Kind of trying to do what Laravel is doing for PHP. So this is going to come out probably later this year with a preview and probably ship in early 2026. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Well done. Nicely done.
Thank you.
So here's her artisan jacket.
All right.
Okay, so one question I have is, as you're building out like this whole tool chain ecosystem, one thing I have valued about Vue a lot is the stability.
Yep.
Even with Vue 2.7, you brought a bunch of the 3 stuff back to make that transition a lot easier. What are your thoughts on the stability and the ease of upgrade as you move on to taking on like these bigger challenges?
Yeah, this is obviously really important. Why I emphasize, V Plus is going to be a drop-in upgrade. The Vite, like with Rowdown is a drop-in replacement of Rollup. The API is exactly the same. We spend tremendous amount of effort on behavior alignment, trying to make sure when you upgrade from Rollup-based Vite to Rowdown-based Vite, the build should just work. Right? That's what we get. Most of the people who are early adopters just report, okay, I didn't need to change anything. No source code changes. It just works, right? The build just gets faster.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the focus.
And how much time do you get to code now that you've got these 3 projects, Vue, Vite, Void, and you're the CEO of the company? So how much time are you getting to code anymore?
A lot less. Yeah, a lot less. Yeah. So I'm trying to, I kind of have to just block out weeks ahead of time to get time to code. Because if I don't, then I get a lot of just things coming up here and there. Context switching is very annoying, but it's kind of necessary. So I'm kind of I would say 75% like a product manager now, then 25% I try to get some time, still do some code.
Well, you're doing great work. Y'all give it up for Evan.
Thank you.
Good job. And remember, at the end of today, Evan is going to be on the open source panel with Adam Wathen, Taylor, and Jeffrey Way. And if y'all have questions that you want to submit for that panel, I don't really know how. Actually, here's how. Adam tweeted yesterday, what questions do you want answered? So if you have a great question, go reply to Adam, and I'm going to be gathering those up so we can ask them on that panel. Okay, up next, we have Alex Six. Alex is a senior software engineer at Zillow. Is any of the Zillow team out there? Yes, there they are. They always bring a big contingent. He's a senior software engineer at Zillow. He's also a core team member of a little something called Filament. Are there any Filament users? Yeah, there we go. So he is also, he's very into bringing up the next generation of developers, very into mentorship and guiding people. He's started 2 mentorship programs, and he just has a passion for teaching and guiding people. He also has a passion for his corgi dog, which is in every photo I've ever seen of Alex. So please welcome to the stage, Alex.
All right. How we feeling, Laracon? Feeling pretty woo. All right. I love it. I love it. Well, like Aaron said, my name is Alex, and I am so excited to be here with you today. Like you said, I'm a senior software engineer at Zillow. Thank you, Zillow crowd, for cheering. I'll give you your $20 later. I appreciate it. And I heard it, but I didn't see it. Who all uses Filament in here? Yeah, there we go. Now, a better question, because you're going to have to come talk to me later. Who's using the Filament v4 beta in production? Yeah, no one's brave enough to say it. I know there's some of you. Well, listen, as much as I love talking about Zillow and about Filament, I'm actually here to talk about something completely different. And that is a tool that you can use to turbocharge your Laravel development workflow. And admittedly, while the word turbocharge sounds fantastic in a talk title, it's a little amorphous, right? We don't really know what that means. So before we go any further, what I want to do is take a step back, and I want to see if we can provide some context as to what I actually mean there. So right out of college, I worked at a small Laravel development agency. And as they do, we would go out and we would pitch clients and try to get them to use us, use our developers. And whenever we did that, my boss at the time had a fantastic quote that he used to say to enlighten people, let's say, on what we as developers do. He used to say, "We make computers do computer things so that humans can do really human things. We make computers do computer things so that humans can do really human things." Boof, right? There's a lot to unpack there. Whether we're talking about product design, UI, UX, the ever-encroaching inevitability that AI will take over all of our creative pursuits, there's a lot to unpack. But what really hit me at the time as a junior developer was this idea of maybe I can take some of my workflow and give it to the computer so I can get back to doing the things that my human brain is really good at: problem solving, creativity, empathetic connections with the people around me. And so I went on a journey and tried to discover ways to do this. And as I went and I learned, I found that I really was heading towards one goal, one quality that I think, admittedly, we're all searching for, whether we know it or not. And that's this idea of efficiency. How can I do the most with exactly what I've been given? How can I build the most performant, incredible application without spending $1 million on server costs, right? I think we're all approaching this goal, this quality of efficiency. And as I searched, and I went through every package, every language, for all the Linux nerds out there, every distro known to mankind, to try to figure out how to be more efficient, I found that improving my skills in one very specific area gave me the most bang for my buck. And that was the terminal. Now, I know, right? Some of us, like the 5 Vim users in the room, can I hear from you, 5 Vim users? My people. We should have a meetup later. Some of us love the terminal. We're in the terminal all the time. Some of us really don't like the terminal. And we only open the terminal to then write code, period, and open up VS Code and do everything else, right? But whether we're in the terminal all day, every day or not, it's an integral part of our workflow. I mean, heck, we have Artisan built into Laravel, and it gives us the opportunity to use incredible built-in features, but also make our own terminal commands. Whether we're using the terminal for something like our dev servers, our queue workers, that one random terminal we've all got stowed away for scratch work, you know you have it, I have it, we all have it. But even, let's say, in the last 3 to 6 months, AI has come roaring into the terminal. Claude Code is currently my favorite. Obviously, I'm biased, but it's great, right? But as we start working on more projects or more concurrent features, or heaven forbid, the project we're working on has 2 separate code bases, we can quickly start to look like this, right? And this is never fun. It's hard to find things. If I need to figure out a specific process running in a terminal, I either tab through all of them or I do the little macOS explode thing, and then I hold my laptop 2 inches from my face so I can read the tiny text. Again, we've all been there, right? We know. But what I've found is that there are 3 main problems with this kind of terminal workflow, the terminal workflow that I used for ages. First of all, you're 1 command queue away from losing all the work that you set up. On top of that, things are hard to find. They're fragile, they're short-lived. If you hit command Q, that process you were running is gone. You cannot get it back, technically. There's other ways, but we're not diving into that. And the third one is that these sessions are not easily portable. If you start a terminal process in one terminal, there are ways to move it, but it's not really intuitive. It's not very easy. So what I want to do today is I want to talk about a way we can go from this Or for my VS Code friends, this, the infinite scroll of terminals. Yeah, we know, I hear some giggles, I know, we've been there. To something like this. It's simple, it's readable, the computer is handling a lot, and my squishy human brain can go back to doing the things that my squishy human brain is good at. Before we dive in, though, can we ditch the slides for a minute? Can we just go into the workflow? We cool with that? Sweet, all right. So, here's what we're gonna do. Oh no, apparently my MacBook name's already in use on this network. So here's what we're gonna do. Before I walked up here, I have placed a very cripplingly bad performance bug in the Filament v4 beta. And all of you who are using it in production are panicking now. Don't worry, it's just on my local computer. That's why I asked earlier. I wanted to make sure there were no tears. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this workflow. It's going to be fast, blink and you'll miss it, but I think it gives you a great overall look at how I would fix a bug like this. So first I'm going to hop into Filament. I'm going to go check that my NPM server is running, and it is. I'm going to go to Git. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to create a new branch. Let's call it Laracon. Fantastic. I'm going to hop over to the wrapper Laravel app that I have around Filament to actually show my work. We're not going to run these commands because we're not going to be here all day, but I'm tailing the logs. I'm running my Docker containers. I'm running npm run dev. I'm going to hop over to my editor. We're going to open that up. Because I wrote the bug, I know where the bug is, but obviously this is the point where you would search for the bug. We're going to look down. We're going to see, oh, OK, there's a take your time method. I wonder who put that there. Ah, yes, a sleep 10, the most crippling of performance bugs. We can remove that. And then we can hop back up here, and let's remove this, because this is no longer a thing. We're going to hop over here. Normally, this is where I'd run my tests. Again, we're not going to do that. And then we come over here. Let's hop here. We're going to add all the files. We're going to commit. Let's just say fix performance issue. Fantastic. And then I would push if conference Wi-Fi was a little more stable. And that's the workflow. Woo, yeah. Thank you, Aaron. That's the workflow. Like I said, blink and you'll miss it. But here's the thing, right? There's a lot of difference between a screen full of terminals and what we just did there. So the next natural question is, how on earth do we get there? Right? How do we get from 20 terminal windows or terminal tabs in VS Code to a single terminal where we can collect all of these things together? There's one incredibly foundational underlying technology that makes this all happen. And I'll go so far as to say, if you're a developer who uses the terminal, this should be in your tool belt. And that is tmux. Ah, I heard a woo. We have one tmux user. Let's go. If you haven't heard of tmux, which I guess except for this guy, tmux is what is known as a terminal multiplexer. For our purposes, that's something that can take multiple terminal windows and the processes that live in them and squish them all together into one terminal window. So we've solved problem number one of it being hard to find the terminal processes, because now we can group all of our like processes together. No more searching, no more macOS explode magic. Now they're all just right here. On top of that, tmux is what is called a client-server architecture. We should all be pretty familiar with this as Laravel developers. You have a server, you put your Laravel on it, you use your browser as the client to connect to it. tmux works in a much similar way. When you create a tmux session, you're effectively starting a local server on your computer. Then you can use your terminal, the client, to connect to that server. The nice thing is that even if those connections break, intentionally or unintentionally, the servers, the sessions, stay active. And all of your terminal processes run in the session. So now if you accidentally command Q out of all of your terminals, you're safe. Your processes are now long-living and durable. So OK, this is great, but it's a pretty integral part of the workflow. And I totally understand. I'm a random guy standing up here telling you to use this brand new thing. And if it's difficult to set up, none of you are going to do it. And I don't blame you. So what I want to walk through now is another live code example, but instead of just attaching to an existing session, I want to create a new Laravel session, new tmux session, from the ground up. What do you say? We it? All right, cool. Before we start, a couple pieces of terminology. We'll go quick. When I say the word prefix, that is just Control-B. You can make it whatever you want in the tmux config, but that effectively tells tmux, hey, the next letter I press is a tmux command. Don't just print it to the terminal. Then we have windows. Windows are effectively tabs. And we have panes. Panes are effectively splits. You'll hear me use them interchangeably, but I do try to use the default tmux terminology. Let's set it up. So we'll hop back over to the terminal. I'm going to hop out of the filament session, and I'm going to go to a project that I have on my computer called Bean Island. Yeah, I heard some cheers. So it's a little hard to see on the big screen, but this is just a normal Laravel app. Nothing special here, nothing special installed. So what we can do is we'll do tmux new -s to give it a name. We'll call it Bean Island. You can call it whatever you want. I tend to keep it the same name as the project. And you'll notice we're back in a terminal. With one difference. There is a large status bar on the bottom here. I will draw your attention to one piece of it. The rest is just kind of nice looking. It's this one ZSH. That's where you're going to see all the windows that I've created in tmux, or tabs. That's why we call them windows and tabs, right? They look like tabs. So from here, in my first tab, I set up my editor. Vim, by the way. Yeah, man, I like you. We need to talk later. So my first window is always my editor. From here, prefix C, new window. I put my Scratch terminal here, and any server-related things, think Docker, NPM, and the like. So I can run this count up script, which I wrote just so we have something running, and then Control-B / to do a left-right split, and Control-B - to do a top-bottom split. This is where I do something like sail up and npm run dev. Full disclosure, those are not the default key bindings. I've changed them. We'll talk about that. And then prefix C again, and this is where I do my Git, and I use lazy Git as my Git 2e. I love it. If you haven't used it, yeah, man. We have like one person who uses all of these. Collectively, we make a tmux developer. I love this. I love lazy Git. Give it a shot if you want to. And that's it. That is my Laravel setup. With the talking and the explanation, that took what, like a minute and a half? Not too difficult. Not too difficult. And what's nice is now we can detach and tmux attach -t Bean Island. We can jump in and out of this tmux session as much as we want, and everything is still running. If we look at this count up command, it's still running. And so I hear you. There are actually a lot more Vim users than I thought there would be. But for the folks that don't use Vim, you're probably thinking, OK, sweet, so what? Let's hop over to VS Code. Because when I'm in VS Code, admittedly rarely, and I open up my terminal, this is normally npm run dev, right? You write your command in here, and it's all well and good. But if you accidentally hit the trash can icon, you destroy the session. What if I told you we can bring tmux into VS Code? We can run that same command, tmux attach -t Bean Island. And you'll notice, other than the weird stuff VS Code insists on spitting into the terminal, we're still in the session. The session didn't pause. The session didn't stop. It's still counting up. So now we've addressed the third problem. Because we've just taken a tmux session we created in my terminal emulator, Ghosty, and we've opened it in VS Code. And if I want to use some great refactoring tools, I can open it in PHP Storm. We now have portable sessions. And that's incredibly powerful, especially if you're doing something like chatting with AI, like Claude Code. You want to bounce between editors? Now your conversation follows you. You don't have to leave it or do the weird thing where you're coding in PHP Storm and running your terminals in VS Code, and it just gets nasty. We are just scratching the surface on tmux. Because truly, I could stand up here for hours and talk about tmux and Vim, by the way, and Linux, by the way, but I won't, but I could. For example, if we want to add more features to tmux, there's a whole ecosystem of packages. These are some of my favorite. Tmuxinator and Smug, they're what are called templating engines. It effectively lets you do what we just did to set up a Laravel session one time in a config file. And then any time you open a Laravel project after that, Smug just handles it. Tmuxinator just handles it. All the windows are up, all the panes are split, and all the processes are running. No mess, no fuss. Saves us like 2 minutes every time. It's the little things, right? On top of that, and I'm a Git nerd, tmux works incredibly well with Git work trees. Yeah, man, we need to be friends. If you haven't heard of a Git work tree, it's effectively a branch, but rather than all your branches living in the same code repository, or the same folder, rather, each work tree is a branch of itself that has a copy of your current project. What this allows us to do is assign a tmux session to each work tree, to each branch, and hop back and forth between them without having to do the whole like git add all, git stash, move branch, git stash pop, the whole song and dance we do when we were working on 20 features at once. We also can keep long-running commands, and what I think is the coolest for our vibe coders out there is, let's say we have 3 feature work trees. You could just set Claude Code loose on those things, and they're not going to touch each other. They're not going to like bounce between. They're confined to the same work tree. And because it's in Tmux, you can leave and go do something else. You don't have to babysit. Claude Code will just spin in the background. Now, one of the coolest things, and this is the latest edition, let's talk about Laravel Forge. Who was here for the keynote and heard Forge yesterday? Yeah? Y'all, my jaw hit the floor. Some of that stuff is wild. I'm so excited for the zero downtime deployments. That's not this talk, but I am so excited for that. One thing I found really interesting was this. You remember this? You can now access the terminal for your Forge servers from the browser. It's pretty cool. And up until this point, we've been talking about Tmux running on our machine. However, there's no reason why we couldn't run Tmux on another machine. Let's say a Forge server. So that way, if you're accessing your Forge server and your connection gets cut, your internet goes out, all those commands you're running, as long as you're running it in a Tmux session on your server, they're still running. And when you get your internet back, you can just reattach to that session, and you'll be right where you left off. It's pretty powerful, right? And now you can use it with the all-new Laravel Forge. Da-da-da-da! So this is all great. We've talked about my workflow. That's wonderful. But if we really want to turbocharge our development workflow, and not like our collective, but each of your individual development workflows, you can't just copy my Tmux workflows. I mean, you can, but you're probably not going to get as far. So to help with that, I have a challenge. Step one, we all saw this coming, install Tmux. Use your package manager of choice. It's everywhere. Tmux has been around for eons at this point, at least in technical terms. So you can install it from anywhere. But the real challenge, for the next week, use one terminal. Don't open a million tabs. Don't have a million terminals open. Install Tmux and use one terminal for a week. Run all your processes through Tmux. Run all your projects through Tmux. It'll take a minute to get used to the keybinds like anything, but once you get over that hill, I think you'll find that you're able to move a lot faster, and you're able to use these terminal processes and Tmux to level up your whole workflow and become more efficient. If you're like me, and you don't like configuring things, because configuring things is boring, and you actually want to be doing real work, I made a Tmux starter. That may sound impressive, but this is literally just a Tmux configuration file and some instructions. So if you don't want to set up a default config, that's totally fine. Go to the Tmux starter repo. It's MIT licensed, open source. Do whatever you want with it. Please submit bug fixes, because I'm sure there are some. I would love to have it, and I think it'll help you get started. It's same defaults, good key bindings. I think you'll love it. I'm biased, but I think you'll love it. And with that, that's all I've got. Thank you all so much for your energy, your excitement, all the woos. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. If you take anything from this, beside the fact that I have an adorable corgi, you knew it was going to come up sometime. Yeah, there we go. One guy. If you take anything from this, it's that at every chance, we should be looking to turbocharge our workflow, whether it's with Tmux, whether it's with the new Forge updates, whatever. Because what we can do is we can unblock our brains from having to deal with computer things, so we can get back to doing the things that we're good at, the really, really human things. Thank y'all. Come find me, come chat. I'd love to hear about y'all's projects, and have a great rest of your Laracon.
You faked me out there.
I did.
You did the two closing statements. Well done. Here's your artisan jacket.
Thank you
Very
so much.
well done.
It's like winning the Masters.
Yes, something like that. Thanks to the one woo guy over here, by the way. I was the woo guy over here for your workflow. It was very good. So here's my question for you.
Yeah,
I think the common pushback on this is like, how long until I'm productive again?
For sure.
So what do we do about, like, obviously you're way more productive than I am, but how long did that take you to get there? How do you get over that learning curve? Because for me, I look at that and I'm like, I'm never going to make it. I'm just going to stick to PHP Storm. So how do we handle that?
Absolutely. It surprisingly doesn't take all that long. Obviously, there are the keybinds. You have to learn how to jump into a Tmux session, how to move out. But if you know how to use a terminal already, there's really not a lot of difference. All we're doing here is we're putting the terminal knowledge you already have and shoving it in one little container.
And then do you like incrementally adopt these other tools? Because like there were like 30 tools up there. And it feels very overwhelming.
Admittedly, once you start using the terminal a lot, you start to fall down the rabbit hole. And I mean, once you start watching Primeagen, who was here last year, you start to fall down the NeoVim rabbit hole, and it all just kind of snowballs. But you don't have to be a NeoVim lover to use Tmux.
And your Tmux starter is going to take care of some of that initial hurdle for us?
Absolutely. Okay. It sets some sane defaults. Like, for example, for whatever reason, by default, Tmux starts the windows at 0, which makes sense until you have to hit prefix 0 to go to your first screen. So I set that to 1. Right? It's things like that. It just eases the on-ramp a little bit for folks.
Well done. Y'all give it up for Alex. Good job. Okay, we've got one more thing before break, but I do want to tell you at the break, if you are a meetup organizer or want to be a meetup organizer, stick around and I'll have more details. We're gonna have those people come up stage or up to the side so we can talk to all the meetup organizers. But before we do that, we're gonna have Wade from DigitalOcean come on out. So please, y'all give it up for Wade.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'm Wade. I'm from DigitalOcean, and really excited to be here. Who here has heard of DigitalOcean? Anyone? Awesome. Who here is deployed to DigitalOcean? Amazing, awesome. Well, I really appreciate you. If you're like me, you were really excited yesterday during the keynote with the announcement of Laravel VPS. I'm personally maybe a little excited about how it runs on DigitalOcean, but really what excites me about it is the fact that it makes things easy. It takes away a lot of the complexity of getting the things that you've built deployed and running. And that is actually really kind of central and core to our ethos at DigitalOcean is we really try to make hard things simple so that you can focus on the things that you need to build and deploy. Now, for those of you that may not have heard of DigitalOcean, we've been around for quite a long time, since about 2011. And I actually had a great conversation with a gentleman, not sure if he's here right now, but at the booth earlier, and he actually hadn't run on DigitalOcean in a few years, and really want to highlight, we've brought a lot of new capabilities to the platform. Not going to end up going through all of them today, but please do check it out. Now, just a couple of things to highlight. DigitalOcean has over 3 million active developers. That is not just a developer who signed up in 2011, but someone who is still actively using the platform. We also have over 638,000 active paying customers, which by that stat would make us the 3rd largest public cloud in the world. And we have over 17 data centers. So if you need to run a workload somewhere, chances are we are there. Now, we are a full service cloud. So if you're looking for more infrastructure support, VPS, you can end up deploying your apps directly there, all the way to more of a managed solution. So if you just want to do a Git push and deploy to an app platform, we have the digital app platform as well. If you need simple object storage, you can end up using our S3 compatible object storage. But if you need relational databases, we've got managed MySQL, managed Postgres, Mongo, you name it, we've got it. So really wide offering of capabilities. But the thing today that I'm going to end up demonstrating and walking through is really the investments we've been making in AI. And this actually started about 2 years ago when we acquired a company called Paperspace, awesome company. And that enabled us to roll out about a year ago these things called GPU droplets. These are virtualized GPUs that you can deploy instantly, use as you need, and then when you're done, you just destroy them and they go away. So they're ephemeral. You can also deploy clusters of them if you need to manage it with Kubernetes. We have a managed offering for that. So very, very powerful. But even more than just the GPUs, because we're a full service cloud, we've got the full offering of capabilities you need to run these workloads. So that can be high performance databases, like I mentioned before, object storage, networking stack, even vector databases. So really powerful there from the infra level. Now, we just GA'd our Gradient platform, and that for developers is really exciting because this is a managed set of offerings that you can incorporate into your applications very, very quickly through an API and a bunch of other ways. And this gives you serverless inferencing, the ability to create agents. But what I want to do is rather than talk about this is where I want to really spend the rest of the time showing this in action. So what I'm going to do is we're going to end up taking a look at an application you all can use today. This is up available on GitHub. It is a SaaS starter kit, really powerful. And we're going to turn this into kind of an AI agent use case very quickly. So I've already gone ahead and forked and cloned this. So what I'm going to do is just very quickly get this running. I wish I had this in Tmux right now for those of you that were here in the last presentation. But just to orient you, let me go ahead and show you this starting application here. So really nice, simple starter app. What we want to do, though, is make this specific to a use case that I care about. So I'm an avid ultra runner, love training, getting out on the trails, and I want to end up building a AI ultra coach, some kind of a coach that can actually help me with recovery, with training. And so we're going to turn this into a website where you can interact with an AI coach. And so what I'm going to end up doing is, very quickly, I have gone ahead and stashed some changes so that we can quickly apply. And there we go. We've got our updated website now. However, we're missing the agent. So for that, we're going to go to DigitalOcean. Now, in this project, just to orient you as to what I've got running here, we've got a website that's going to be running on the DigitalOcean app plat. That's our managed web app stack. I also have this S3 compatible object storage. And in there, what I've done is I've put a bunch of text files with just a lot of really useful information to ultra running. And what I want that to do is I want that to be the basis, the knowledge base that my agent is going to use to help answer any of the questions that I end up asking. So I don't want to just trust what the LLM says. I want to augment this with a bunch of really good context and information. Now to do that, I created this knowledge base right here. The knowledge base is an open search vector database. I chose the embeddings that I cared about, and it is a fully managed RAG solution. So it does all of the hard work for me, so that when I interact with my agent, if I've attached that knowledge base, all the context from those text files that I ended up putting there in the object storage are going to be available to pull into the context. So that response really is catered to the question that I'm answering, or excuse me, that I'm asking. And the ultimate, the real value here is the agent itself. So I've pre-deployed this. It literally takes just a couple of minutes to get this set up. I don't have all that time, so it's already been pre-deployed. Just to orient you to this agent, it is actually backed by GPT-4o. So you can use OpenAI, Anthropic. We've got a bunch of open source LLMs as well that you can end up using. And you can see here that I've attached that knowledge base. So when I ask a question, it's going to end up using that to search the vector database to find relevant context to embed into the call out to the LLM so that we end up getting a really good response. Now, there's a bunch of other capabilities here that I'll just highlight. So if you want to add some guardrails to this agent, so maybe you want to make sure you're protecting against sensitive data, or you don't want to have, maybe, the wrong kind of, you want to moderate that content, even jailbreak. So everyone knows the Bobby tables for relational databases. People jailbreak LLMs and agents as well. So you can protect against that with these guardrails. You can end up getting multiple agents working together so that each is domain specific, calling out to each other. And if you want to augment any of this with real-time data from any data source, you can end up creating a function on our platform that'll just do a call out for it. Now, really quickly as well, many of us probably know that with AI, one of the challenges for developers is non-deterministic. So when you end up asking a question, you're not guaranteed you're going to end up getting the same response. And so one of the ways that we've been solving for this is creating what are called evaluations. And you can think about this as a test suite so that you can try to make sure that the responses you're getting are the responses that you're expecting. So support for that. Obviously, you can take a look at activity observability. But what I want to really highlight here is before we even deploy this, you can end up testing this agent and making sure that it's working the way that you want it to. So I've got a system prompt here set up to try to enable to tell this agent to act as an ultra running coach. And so here I can just ask a question like, how can you help me train better? We'll go ahead and send that, and it'll give me a response. And so pretty happy with this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to deploy it. There's two real ways that we can think about deploying these agents. The first is you can end up just making it public and then communicating through an API. So our agents, as well as serverless inferencing, are all OpenAI API compatible. So if you've used OpenAI at all in the APIs, you can use an existing SDK provided for whatever language of your choice. PHP might be something else. Maybe you're writing some JavaScript. You can use that, or you can end up just copying this code snippet and embedding it right in your application. And that's what we're going to go ahead and do. So we'll copy that. I'm going to go ahead and go to this head here, and we'll paste this, should reload, and voila. We now have our agent right here, and I can say, like, can you help me with recovery? For those of you that do ultras, this is a very important thing to know how to do. And there you go. So now that it's all working the way that I want, feel pretty good about this, the next step would really be to just add commit. I love in Cursor here. This does such a better job than I do of generating commit messages. So we'll commit that. We'll now push, and I'm going to force it just because this is a demo. We'll force it. And then if we come back here, in a moment, if the network is working well, we should see this redeploying. But just for the sake of time here, I pre-deployed this as well. And so we can see this running on our app platform with the agent embedded. So pretty easy. Hopefully, you'll give it an opportunity to try it out. So thank you. Appreciate it. Just in closing here, if you would like to talk to more interesting and smarter people than me, please stop by our booth. We've got a great crew there. I've also heard from a number of you how awesome and much you've enjoyed the swag. So come by, grab something, talk to us, would be awesome. And then if you're at all interested in trying out this starter SaaS app yourself, feel free to scan that QR code. It'll take you right to the GitHub repository, and you can try it from there. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your conference.
Well done. That was great. Live demos are scary. That was great. OK, give it up for Wade and for all the sponsors for making this possible. And like he said, they're over in the other building, so y'all go over there, talk to them. We are going to have a break now, but I have 2 announcements. Meetup organizers or people that want to be meetup organizers, you can come up on stage, and you'll do that by going through the door over there. So if you're a meetup organizer or want to, you can come up here. I think Hank and Sam are going to talk to y'all. And the other thing, this is terribly important, we have some student members coming at some point today. Student members from Girls Who Code. And so this is the next generation. So if you see people walking around, go up, say hello, tell them how much you love programming, how great it is to be a developer. These are the next generation of Laravel developers. So go say hi. Please be back here by 11 a.m. See you then. Dave Hicking come out and talk about how AI won't replace us, which I hope that is true. But before that, we're going to have Brian from Curotech come out, and they've got a lot going on. They got a little surprise. They got a little game. So please welcome Brian from Curotech.
Thanks, man. So the Laracon team called me while they were planning this awesome event, and they said, Brian, you've been a long-time sponsor, Curotech's been a long-time sponsor of Laracon, and we'd love to have you come out on stage and pitch what Curotech does. So I hung up the phone, and I put together the best sales pitch. So who wants to hear it? That was actually better than I was expecting. I thought it would be crickets. So unfortunately, I actually don't have a sales pitch for you guys today. But I do have something better. So we're about to give away this pair of Meta Ray-Bans on stage right now. So we have something really cool planned for it. But first, I don't want to disappoint. We do have something. I just remembered we do have something for you. So why don't we cue the video real quick, and then we'll get to the Ray-Bans.
Nothing was working for my anxiety and depression. My product release cycles were always behind, until I found Curotech.
Curotech offers relief for product teams falling behind schedule. Whether you need to augment your in-house team or fully outsource a project to experts. Curotech is not for everyone. Do not use Curotech if you're allergic to product market fit, allergic to transparency, or if you prefer to experience surprise all-hands caused by missed deadlines. Side effects may include a decreasing backlog, more frequent shipping, and increased stakeholder satisfaction. In some cases, teams have experienced sudden clarity in product roadmaps and spontaneous celebrations at the end of every sprint. Do not attempt to scale your product alone if you're experiencing complex technical requirements, shifting priorities, or budget limitations. Talk with your CTO to find out if Curotech is right for you. You don't have to be alone. Help is on the way.
There we have it. All right, let's bring them out. We're going to do a rock, paper, scissors showdown right here, right now. All right, let's get the contestants lined up. I think that this is the first ever rock, paper, scissors match at Laracon, huh? All right, I need a good clean gain here. No foul play. Refs are gonna keep you in check. So here's how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna count it off, and then we're gonna do rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. One more. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, we got two more. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. We got one more. Wow, this one's really going. All right, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. Wait, how do we end up with an odd one? All right, Vicky, you go fill in.
Good, no, we'll do a three-way.
All right.
Let's do it. Come in here.
I've never seen that before. All right, let's do it. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right.
And then you guys play it out.
All right, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
One more.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right.
All right.
All right, we're going to do best of three on this one. All right, you ready? Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, one more. So wait, you have the winning, right? All right, so if you win this one, you got the Ray-Bans. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. What's your name?
Ethan.
Ethan. Well, thanks for being a part of this wacky thing we just did.
Yeah, it was fun.
Here's your your Ray-Bans.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. But wait, we got one more surprise. Who wants a t-shirt? Thank you, everybody.
All right. I could have easily won that game. I'm so good at rock, paper, scissors. All right, up next, we've got Dave Hicking. Dave is an OG in the Laravel community. You may know him by his moniker, which is Producer Dave. He produces the Mostly Technical show, so if you ever hear him cut in and try to fact check somebody, that's probably Producer Dave. He also has a couple of shows of his own. He's been around in the Laravel community for a long time, and he now works at the mothership. He now works at Laravel Inc., and he is here to talk to us about how AI won't replace us. So please welcome to the stage, Dave Hicking.
Here we go. Thanks, man. Hey everybody, how we doing? Good? Awesome. All right, I've got 10 very brief minutes. God, that timer's already intimidating. To talk to you about why AI won't replace you, but it will change your work. And I want to start with a highly sophisticated visual that I think accurately portrays how it feels to follow what's going on when you're trying to follow AI news on social media. So I want to get everybody involved. Quick show of hands. Right now, this week, how many people, when they're thinking about AI, they're like, we're so back. How many people are excited? Okay. There you go. How many people, on the other hand, they might be maybe on the bottom of this chart. How many people are feeling like it's so over and they're just done with it? Boos. That's my first time being booed on stage. All right, everybody, thank you. I love the energy here. My name is Dave Hicking. Like Aaron said, I now work at Laravel. I run agency partnerships there. And if you want to find more information about me, QR code, go to my website, Twitter, LinkedIn, all that good stuff. But I don't have a lot of time to mess around. You might be wondering, why is a guy who runs partnership programs up here talking about AI? That's a great question. Earlier this year, I was at Laracon, India, and I kept hearing over and over again different variations of the same question. They all wanted to know if I thought AI was going to take away their jobs, especially for devs who were earlier in their career. They wanted to know if there was any point in trying to get a job anymore. They wanted to know if AI was going to replace them, if they should be afraid. And they wanted to know my response. You can guess my response. It's the title of this talk, so sorry, nobody can do the pointing meme because I didn't actually say it. It's time for a story I've thought about ever since I left Laracon, India. I want to go way back in the old days. The year's 2004. I'm 21 years old, fresh out of college. Please don't do the math on how old that makes me today. I'm working in IT at the UConn Library, which is my alma mater, which, like all libraries, was in the middle of an existential crisis. Why? The old Google, love Google now, the old Google logo we love and know, but in 2004, Google had changed, frankly, how people search and find information on the internet. 3 years before that, Wikipedia was introduced, and y'all, librarians were afraid. They were terrified, because suddenly they had to ask the question, do you even need librarians to do research anymore? Because once upon a time, if you were a college student or just did anything on a college campus and you wanted to do research, you had to either go to the library and use something called a card catalog, which is dating me, or you needed a librarian. You talked to a librarian, because librarians had two main things that they were trying to do, lots of other things as well. They were gatekeepers and they were enablers. So librarians are trained on how to do what's called a reference interview. You don't just ask somebody, what do you need, and then give them the book, because they might not even know what they need. They need to be talked to. You have to figure out what they're working on, what the assignment is, what they've already looked at. It's going to sound very familiar for developers. You have to figure out what problem are they trying to actually solve. And a good librarian, a great librarian, uses their expertise to help you find out what you actually need and then get that done. And the internet was a threat to all of this. They were terrified because suddenly you didn't have to go to that gatekeeper. You didn't have to talk to that librarian. And not just any info, right, that people were getting, but online sources. They couldn't be trusted. Who is Wikipedia, right? Who's writing this stuff? You have no idea if you can trust it. It wasn't a trusted source like a library. So what did libraries do when they were faced with this threat to their existence, I should say? Well, they put up barriers. No surprise, right? Some of them worked with professors and TAs to have rules like you can't use online sources, or, and I'm not even exaggerating, this is my favorite thing, some of them had it where you had to have a librarian sign a sheet of paper saying, yes, I talked to this person. That was some people's answer to the internet. Others, on the other hand, took a look at what was coming and said, all right, we probably can't stop the internet. But maybe this could be an opportunity to go back to first principles, because what are they really there to do? Librarians are there to enable scholarship. And before the internet, there was no way that anybody could try to make sense of all the information in the library. The internet started to change that, so all of a sudden librarians had to change, right? And so what do librarians do now, right? If the internet exists, do you even need librarians? If you go to an academic library now, is there nobody there? No, there's tons of people there, but they're running digital archives, they're supporting research workflows, they're teaching something called information literacy, all things they never would have dreamed of having time to do back in 2004. And real quick, sorry, almost forgot my slide there. Real quick, we didn't really call it this at the time, but this is what we would now, I think, classically call disruption, right? Change in technology starts at a low level, it's not good enough, okay, and then it slowly gets better and better. And I'm telling y'all, for a college student in the mid-2000s, Wikipedia was good enough, Google was good enough to do basic work. And over time, these tools got better and better. And pretty soon, no researcher, no matter how serious they were, could imagine ever not using the internet. They say that history doesn't repeat itself, but I believe that it does rhyme. It often rhymes. And today, AI is a similar threat, I believe, to developers. And I've got threat in quotes, because we're going to talk about this in a second. But I'm sure some of you are saying, Dave, hold on. There's no quotes. People are getting laid off, right? You hear this all the time in the news. We don't need as many devs. AI is going to do this and that. Listen, between you, me, and people watching at home, sometimes companies just need an excuse to lay people off, and AI is a good one. But what is true is that disruption or change of any kind is incredibly messy. So some places are looking at what AI can do, and they're saying, yeah, okay, maybe we don't need as many devs, or we can get by with what we have, or they're pausing their hiring or whatever. And I think that these people are sadly mistaken, because software is undefeated. It continues to eat the world. It enters more and more parts of our lives and our work, and AI is only going to accelerate that, right? Because now we have a question. What happens when code is cheap to create? And please don't take cheap the wrong way. I don't mean it's great code right now. I don't mean it's the best code right now. But suddenly, creating code is not the bottleneck. So what happens? Librarians had to reassess what all of a sudden they had to do differently with their jobs. And I think we're going to have to do the same. One thing we're going to have is more software than ever before, right? An explosion in the amount of software written. Every day, every week, every month, the amount of code generated is going to climb higher and higher. And yes, I love the sparkles. Some of them will be vibe-coded prototypes. They might go #1 in the App Store and go viral when their information is leaked. Are you going to need a team of software devs to actually fix that? Yes, absolutely. But what if, let's be optimistic, what if AI makes you a better developer? What if it lets you spend less time writing the stuff that you always have to write over and over and again? What if it helps a small team take on something they couldn't have done otherwise? What if it's not bad, right? Because if you're skeptical about this, remember, no matter what, humans still have to actually define the outcomes, right? AI can generate code, but it can't tell us what to do. It can't decide what we're going to do and why we want to do it in the first place. To quote Aaron Francis, I saw this quote up earlier. I thought it was Aaron Francis. We should let computers do what computers are good at, and humans do what humans are good at. One last note for everybody here. I know what some of you are thinking, because I talked to tons of people this week. Every day there's a new announcement. We've already had some here at Laracon, and some people feel left behind or feel like they can't stay on top of it all. You're feeling behind the curve, and you just want to throw your computer in the trash, buy a farm in the country, and get out of this biz. And listen, if you do, nobody would blame you. But it is not too late. This is the pets.com era of AI. Remember this guy? For those who don't know, and I'm dating myself so bad with this talk, pets.com was basically Chewy, which is a pet food or supply delivery site, right? Except they tried this in 1999 when nobody proved that you could do anything like this on the internet. And it flamed out so spectacularly that Chewy didn't even try this business model again for almost 20 years. They had a Super Bowl commercial, and it seemed ridiculous. You can't deliver pet supplies over the internet. It'll never work. It seemed like an impossible idea in the late 90s, but now it feels obvious, right? So is it too late? If you didn't become a web developer in the late 90s, were you left out? If you didn't get in the iOS App Store in 2009, could you never make a mobile app again? No. You are software developers, you are Laravel developers during an era where software continues to eat the world. Your job is going to change. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be transitions. Some people will lose their jobs temporarily because this is never, ever clean. But I believe that history will rhyme. And just like those librarians I talked about from 20 years ago, we are going to adapt as a community. So here's my ask of everybody here. Use AI to solve interesting problems that otherwise you wouldn't be able to. AI can generate code, but it cannot generate taste. You have to be human to develop expertise, and without expertise, you cannot develop taste. So let's invent the unexpected. And let's embrace our humanity. That's the job now. Lean into what makes us all human. Your taste, your judgment, your weird ideas that nobody else has thought of, your ability to care. AI will never do that. And that is why AI will not replace you. Thank you, everybody.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir.
Here's your artisan jacket.
I'm gonna give you this to hand off to.
I don't know what to do with this.
That's all right, we'll give it to them.
Okay, one of the last things you said was
Yes, sir.
AI can generate code, humans
Yes.
have taste. How does one develop taste? If that is going to be our differentiator, how does one develop taste?
You have to try.
Okay.
You have to experiment. You have to learn what it is about you that is different than everybody else. What are you bringing to the table? It's your life experiences, it's your ideas. We are all singular as humans. We all can develop taste over time. And AI is just trained on what has come before. It cannot create something out of nothing. Only we can.
Okay, I like that. So you have to lean into what makes you unique, what makes you an individual.
That's right.
And try to hone that.
That is correct.
What are the common failure patterns or opportunities, you can pick which one,
Okay.
that you see with developers working with AI? So I imagine a common failure pattern is, I'm not going to use it.
Sure.
Is there anything else that you see, or what are the big opportunities either way?
One thing that I see is sometimes working with AI, you have to think almost like you have a team that works for you. It's a different way of thinking sometimes. Like, if I were to, when you talk to AI, sometimes you have to imagine you're delegating this work to somebody else. How would you explain it? What would you tell them? What context would you give them? And it's hard because when we go to sit down and do something, we have all that context in our head. We don't have to write it all out. We don't have to explain everything that's going on. So I think that's one reason why people get frustrated. They're like, okay, here's my code base. I'm in it. I'm using cursor. I'm using whatever. And I'm just going to type it. And when it doesn't do exactly what you want, it's like, this thing sucks, right? But you have to almost sometimes think about it like, okay, this is my team. I'm a software manager. How would I explain? What would I tell them to do? It's different, for sure. I'm not saying it's the same, but it is different.
It's different, but I can do that. Y'all, give it up for Dave.
Thank you.
Good job. I'll give that to you, I guess. Okay, we've got another couple speakers coming up. The next speaker is actually Zuzana, who is unfortunately not here, but she did send a video, so we're going to roll the video from Zuzana now.
Hi, I'm Susanna, a Laravel developer and the founder of Larabels. And today I want to talk to you about writing resilient code. But I only have 5 minutes, so this is going to be a quick overview, and I'm going to be speaking really, really fast to get through everything. Now, this talk started with me thinking about human resilience as opposed to confidence. Unlike confidence, which is believing in your own abilities, resilience is the ability to bounce back after setback. And it made me wonder if I could apply this to code and what would make code resilient. And this is the definition that I and people on the internet came up with. Resilient code is code that is designed to withstand, recover from, and adapt to unexpected circumstances without crashing or behaving unpredictably. In other words, code that continues to function well under stress. Now, this could mean different things depending on your context. It could mean sudden influx of users if your app goes viral, or you might run an amazing sale bringing your website to a halt. It could mean a third-party API going down and affecting your core functionality, but it could also mean users having non-reliable internet connection, leaving them with blank pages and spinners spinning everywhere. Now, regardless of the circumstances, we want our websites and web apps to be able to handle anything we throw at them. So let's see what could make our code more resilient. As they say, never trust a user, device, or network connection. Validate your inputs, sanitize them. Don't assume that people will know what to input because it's common sense. Because you know what it is about common sense. It's the least common of all senses, so I wouldn't rely on that. And don't think that people won't try to break your website or break in. Be clear about what kind of input your fields are expecting and catch validation errors early on. Now, speaking about catching validation errors, your code needs to be able to handle errors well. you can't let your application simply crash or display an error message to the end user. Rather than allowing your exceptions to bubble up and crash the application, write code that anticipates potential failures and deals with them proactively. Make sure that users don't see ugly error pages and that developers, your future selves, get meaningful insights into what went wrong. And how do we know what went wrong? By monitoring our application and logging the important stuff. Monitor things like performance metrics, service availability, or even business metrics, for example, number of orders or logging failures. And as you monitor your app's activity, log the important things. But again, make sure that your logs are structured and meaningful and designed to help you debug. Don't log things like hello or I'm here or test. This might be okay during the development stage, but it will not help you in production. And finally, have alerts in place to notify you when things are silently failing before your users do. But regardless how hard we try, errors will happen. They just will. But resilient code must be quick at error recovery, especially with temporary errors. For example, failed database connection, a third service hiccup, or again, bad internet connection. Your code needs to be able to retry connections and auto-save form submissions so that data are not lost if internet suddenly drops. Fall back to cached pages or static content, but don't crash or lose data just because something went wrong. This is a really bad user experience, and your code needs to be able to handle that. We all use third-party packages, APIs, payment gateways, file storage, the list goes on. They are all great, but they do go down every now and then. And if a third-party package connection fails, resilient code needs to handle this by showing a cached content and retrying the connection. And if the connection continues to be down, let the user know that the information on the service is not currently available or that it might be slightly out of date if you are showing the cached content. And if something breaks, don't break everything. Make sure a website continues to function as much as possible, even with reduced functionality. Users should not be locked out of your website or your app just because something non-essential breaks. And I'm not just talking about third-party APIs. For example, JavaScript. Some users might have disabled JavaScript for whatever reason, or be on a slow connection again, which won't load CSS files or images. Now, if a JavaScript is required for a feature and it doesn't load, make sure it displays some message to the user, not just an error message or worse, even worse, nothing at all. And if it's CSS that won't load or images, make sure that your HTML is structured well so that the user can still make sense of what they are seeing on the screen, even without those styles and those images. And finally, don't skip testing. It's critical. But don't just test happy path. Test the edge cases too. Think like the user, not as the developer that knows how things should work. Test for bad inputs, unexpected states, service failures. We all know that users will not use our apps the way we expect them to or we want them to. They will find their own way to use it. So try to test your application from the user's perspective, not from the developer's perspective. And this is all I have time for today. I hope it was enough to show you a few things to pay attention to if you want to make your code function in all circumstances and make it more resilient. Now, if you want to see actual examples of the techniques I mentioned today, I will be giving this talk in full later on this year during Laracon, Australia in Brisbane. So I hope to see many of you there in person this time. Thank you.
Great job, Zuzana. If you know Zuzana, tweet at her, Blue Sky, or Telegram, or tell her she did a great job up there. So up next, we're going to have Dave Kiss. Dave Kiss is the developer community lead at Mux. And if you haven't heard of Mux, it's like a video platform built for developers. Everything's programmable. It's very cool. Dave and I have become friends because we've been at many conferences together. So he's my conference buddy. And we were hanging out backstage. And he was like, you know what? The only thing that I wish was different here is I wish I brought my band with me. Apparently, he's in a band, and he wants to bring his band out on stage and play. But here's what I want us to do. I want to make him feel like he's a rock star. This is a concert. Please welcome Dave Kiss to the stage. Come on, Dave!
Hilarious. That guy. Oh, well, I heard that from someone. Listen, being at a tech conference like Laracon can be a completely intimidating and overwhelming experience, especially if you are new to the community going in cold with no real wingman or wingwoman, wing person there to support you. There's so many impressive people, so much new tech to kind of consume. Brands are spending thousands of dollars to be here to put their logos in front of you. It's daunting, so it's natural to have your guard up. But that's no way to experience a conference. So at the Mux booth, we wanted to flip that around and show you a picture of someone that you know better than anyone. Yourself. So we built a video guest book. You walk up, you smash a big red record button, and for 3 seconds, you get to be whoever you want. And in those 3 seconds, we've noticed that people let their guard down. They take off their lanyard, stop trying to be a founder or a lead developer or a staff engineer, and just eat a donut. Forget everything that they know about being an engineer and just become a human. And what's cool is people remember this experience. They see themselves on the screen, they go grab their buddies, and suddenly they're etched into the history of the conference. And there are people yesterday at the after party that are right now in their seats going, oh my God, am I gonna be in this talk? And the answer is yes. We've had over 700 submissions in this guest book since we built it a few years back. It was built originally with Next.js, with using Supabase as the storage layer, and Mux for all of the video processing. But I don't know if y'all know this. Last year, Laravel raised a bunch of money. And as somebody who cut my teeth in PHP years ago, even before Laravel existed, I was intrigued. So I wrote a blog post, and I decided I need to explore Laravel a little bit. Now, I know that there's this really popular quote in the Laravel community about your ability to just perform with your autonomy. I think I'm getting it right. But in the JavaScript community, it's a completely different sentiment. The popular quote is, you can't just do things. There's so much packages that you need to install. There's so many third-party services that you need to duct tape together. You cannot perform a migration easily. And to that, I say, I am my own person, and I'm going to migrate my video guest book to Laravel. So I decided to do it. Now, going cold into Laravel, yeah, woo Laravel. Going cold into new framework can be intimidating, kind of like being at a big tech conference. You don't know what you don't know. You're kind of struggling to find your ground. And I thought about how great it would be to have a mentor by my side that knows what it's like to be brand new, to be young and fresh, and kind of have that evolution and growth mindset. And then it hit me. You can't spell Laravel without larva. Now, I'm no entomologist, but a larva feels like the perfect representation of my experience with Laravel. Brand new, willing to grow, kind of squirming around, trying to find my way. So, meet Lenny.
Hi!
There is audio there somewhere. Lenny is the perfect representation, and Lenny is going to be our, even though he doesn't have wings yet, he will be our wingman throughout the remainder of this talk. So we're going to go through how this video guest book was built, how the recording and uploading process works, how you can watch and share those videos, what role Laravel played during the migration, what I learned, and how you can go ahead and build your own using Laravel starter kits. Sound good? Okay, let's roll.
Let's wriggle.
Let's wriggle. Let's start with the recording and uploading. So here's the UI you can see for the video guest book. What happens is we hit that big red record button, you get a 3-second timer, and we start to record a 3-second video. So to understand this recording process, you need to know a little bit about the Media Recorder API. This lives right here within your browser, and it kind of works just like one of those old mini DV cameras that you used to film your skating fails back in high school, where you could take a tape, put it into the camera, and suddenly you can record, stop, start, pause, hit all of the buttons, make it work, and you have your video captured. Very similar here. So we have the Media Recorder API. We call this Get User Media function. This is right in your browser. Everybody has this. And as long as the user accepts, which is this is the pop-up when you visit a website that's like, hey, this website wants to access your camera. If you accept, then we get a data stream back. that data stream can be popped right into the media recorder, and now you get all those same buttons that you're used to with that old mini DV camera. You have the start, stop, pause, and so on. Whenever one of those buttons is pressed, a callback event is fired within the application. So for the guestbook, when we hit that big red record button, we are now recording that 3-second video, and we're getting intermittent calls to this function, this on data available. Now this is a React application, so I have it set up in a ref. And anytime, like I said, we're aggregating this data, it's going to this on data available callback. And we're storing that in an array, right in React state. So we're kind of aggregating these chunks of data together, these blobs of data, which, a quick trivia question, does anybody know what blob is short for? Just shout it out. Okay, all right, good. I wasn't sure. I just learned that. I've been in media for like 20 years, and I was like, it's just blob. It's a blob of data, but binary large object. Maybe today you learned. So we set the chunks in React state, and then from here, when that 3 seconds is up, it's an interval. We call the stop method on the media recorder, fires off the on-stop callback. So we're assembling those chunks of data into a file, again, right here within your browser. This is all native browser technology. Pass the array of chunks, we give the file a file name, and assign some MIME type data there at the end. That's going to create a file. You can download that file to your local device, or you can upload it somewhere. So that's what we're doing here. We're submitting the upload, resetting the chunks, and getting it ready for the next guestbook entry. Where do we submit the upload to? Well, in this case, this is where Mux comes in. Mux is an end-to-end video API, handles all the uploading, storage, playback, lots of other features. But here we're making a post request to the Mux API, and this returns a pre-signed upload URL that you can upload your video data to. So when we're uploading video data on the internet, we oftentimes, and big files in general, we oftentimes don't necessarily want to upload that whole file at once. We want to break it up into smaller chunks. Kind of reminds me of this scene, where these chunks help you to recover from intermittent network issues or conditions, or if you need to pause the upload process for any reason, you can do so, and not lose your progress. It'll kind of keep track of how far along your uploads have gone. And at Mux, we wanted to build a library that's open source that you can use to make this uploading process easier for uploading chunks. And what better name than UpChunk?
Gross!
You're one to talk, Lenny. So UpChunk, you pass that file URL, the upload URL, the file, the chunk size. This is kind of a default chunk size here. And then the upload will also just begin. You'll start to get these callback events on your upload. We have progress updates that you can then use to update your UI in React. Think of like a progress bar or a load or something along those lines. So what I'm getting at here is this is a very client-heavy application. There's a ton of JavaScript in place. And when I was thinking about a migration to Laravel, I was really nervous. I didn't know what I didn't know. Was I going to have to learn what blade templates were? What Livewire is all about. I hear it's awesome, but I know nothing about Livewire. And more questions just kept coming up of how difficult this was going to be. Was I going to have to build an API? Was I in for a world of pain? And I had to ask Lenny if he had an answer for me.
Nope.
Nope. Whew. Thank you, Lenny. The answer was no. What was wild is that I kind of just drag and drop my React components over from my Next.js application, and it was all thanks to inertia, right? I have this route set up in my Laravel application for the homepage. I use inertia to fetch all of the entries for the video guestbook and render them down to the React application right here on the server side. It actually took me more time to remove old code that I wasn't using than introduce new code, which kind of left me wondering, where's all the work? Like, why was that so easy? I told my boss this is going to take 8 weeks, and it took 8 hours. So what do I do with my time now? Does Laravel have it all? Was where I kept coming back to. And the point here is maybe a Next.js migration, if you're new to Laravel, might not be as hard as you might think. Let's move on to the next part here, watching and sharing your video. So when you record, you are presented with a little video that you can scan the QR code, take with you. Let's go through how that works. We talked about the upload flow where you get the URL and have that returned back to the client. The client uploads the video, and then you have to wait for a minute because video transcoding in the cloud is an asynchronous process. It doesn't happen instantly. So what happens when the video is ready to play back, Mux will send a webhook to the Laravel application, or the server in this case, and just say, hey, video is ready to go. You can store that information, the metadata about how to play that video back. Then the server will notify the client that the video is ready. The client can now update and show that video. Laravel event listeners made this super easy. Now, this pattern was actually introduced by a community member, Martin Bean, who's, I think, here somewhere. If you see Martin, there he is. Give him a pat on the back. Very cool. Thank you, Martin. Where this event listener will just handle webhooks that are coming in and propagate them to the correct callback based off of the webhook type, right? So this allows us to handle different events that are coming in and handle them accordingly in our application. And this is what I really loved about my experience with this migration, is how self-contained this all really felt. There were no third-party services. This kind of allowed me to get id of some of that Supabase stuff. It was all self-contained, all kind of community-contributed code, which was awesome. But there was one piece, there was one roadblock for me. I wanted to deploy this to Laravel Cloud and then use Reverb to propagate in real time that we had some information from Mux about the webhooks that were ready to update the client, right? Couldn't do that just yet. Does sound like that's coming soon, though, which is pretty exciting. And Lenny, this is a public presentation. Watch your mouth. The good news is you might not need WebSockets at all. And in this application, the client didn't need to talk to the server, so we could just use server-sent events, which Laravel has some really great support for and some recent updates with. Now, in WebSockets, you recall, the server can talk to the client can talk to the server at any time. Server-sent events is one way. So the server can talk to the client, update the client. The client just listens for updates, just listening, which coincidentally is sometimes all my wife ever asked me to do. Just listen. You don't need to fix things all the time. Here's how that works. On the server side, we have this route set up where we have a response type with an event stream. In that event stream, we establish a true loop and check the database for any new entries that have been received from that webhook since the last time we checked. If new entries are found, we can propagate that back down to the client with this yield call. And on the client, you saw some of this yesterday, but there's a new export here, use event stream from Laravel Stream React, that makes it super easy to just connect this to that endpoint, and any updates that come in will automatically go to that on-message callback, where we can handle and update our local state. This is how new entries appear in real time. If we want to have those animated previews of what the contents are of the video, we can just construct the URL here with the metadata that comes from the Mux webhook, right? So we have an image.mux.com, throw the playback ID in there, and you'll automatically get an animated preview of a visual preview of the contents of that video. You can also take that video with you. So you can scan this QR code, and it will take you to this page here, where we have the ability to post it to social media, download it to your device, share it with friends and family back home. There's a form here where you can sign up for the Mux newsletter and get a credit. Mux newsletter is awesome. The person that writes it is amazing and handsome and funny and experimenting with Laravel. But I also use this use form hook. So this was new to me. Next.js doesn't have this natively in any way, where I can kind of consolidate all of the getters and setters for the form, have the state management of the form as well, and hook it up to the form input fields just like this, just like you all are used to. And this inertia functionality allowed me to really reduce a lot of code here. So in Next.js, there are third-party packages I can install, but remember, I'm trying to keep this all in the ecosystem. So I was trying to do this raw in Next.js. Here's how I could handle all the different state with JavaScript and the form changes and errors and so on. And it really got reduced down to this on-form submit callback here. So I could use the submit function from inertia.js and also call this store method, which we'll get to here in just a second. We got a preview of that yesterday. But this was a pretty massive reduction in the complexity of how this form worked.
I love changing forms.
Me too. I don't think I would ever say that, but this is actually a pretty big breeze for me. That store method is through Laravel Wayfinder, right? So if we have a route set up where there is a lead endpoint, it's going to call the store method on our lead controller. And within that method, we're just creating a new lead, new record in the database, and redirecting back to the submitting page. Well, if I were to run with this Wayfinder package installed, PHP Artisan Wayfinder generate, I now have type safety within the client application. So I can import that store method from my client application matches the same relative path of where that controller exists, and know that, hey, the end URL and the method used in the submission is always going to work. And if anything changes, I will know because my build will break. So this makes Joe very happy, getting rid of all the strings in the application. Again, left me wondering, does Laravel have it all? It's pretty sweet. It includes all this stuff. Now how you can build your own. Here's some of the submissions from last night. Maybe you recognize some of those. The starter kit approach here. Now, starter kits were new to me. This is what I used to build this application, was the Laravel React Starter Kit. And really at first I was wondering what the benefit was. Like, why would I do this over just cloning a GitHub repo? And I learned quickly. During the installation process, we are automatically running migrations during starter kit installation. We are auto-installing dependencies. And the installation process can be customized to run your own custom steps as well, which we'll get into. So I published this whole application as a starter kit. How? It was through packages. If you're new to the PHP ecosystem, coming from JavaScript, it's basically kind of an NPM for PHP. It's free to publish, although there are private publishing support. The folks from packages are here, too. You should check out the booths over there and go talk to them. Go packages. And there's an elephant logo, of course, on brand for PHP community.
Why are you so mad?
Yeah, I noticed that too, actually, with the furrowed brows and the flared ears. But then I thought about it, and I'd be mad too if I had to stand in a box all day long. Trying. So you can import this video guestbook, the repository, right into your packages, and it will assign you a slug, right? So you can use this slug during the Laravel app installation, Laravel new, my guestbook, pass the using flag, and it's going to look up on packages what that slug looks like, and go ahead and install that, run that installation process locally. Now, the installation process can be customized, like I said. Here's a little snippet from the composer.json file where we have this post create project command entry area. And here's what runs when the React starter kit is used for an installation. We're running that migration, creating the database if it doesn't exist. But here's what we added at the bottom. There's obviously a call that it's not native. It's this PHP artisan mux :setup, which was created through PHP artisan make command mux setup. You can call this command, of course, whatever you want if you're creating your own. And that will create a new file at the following path here. And in this file, inside of the handle function, what I was using was Laravel prompts package, another what is this thing moment for me, where I am collecting information that is pertinent to the installation of a guestbook for an end user that's cloning this starter kit. By providing text field, text inputs, and additional information. This helps with the configuration process of the guestbook, but also can be used to educate users about, hey, what is the next step after this is set up, so they're not just left hanging after an install. Here's what that looks like. After the installation process happens, this is the last step. It will present these text fields right in the console, right in line with the installation process, and give some additional information about where to go next. Pretty cool. Does Laravel have it all? This doesn't exist natively in the previous iteration of this application. It's been a really great fit for this migration. I recorded this whole migration too, so this will be on our YouTube channel. If this is kind of your situation in any way, it might be helpful to just kind of see all of the moments of joy, surprise in its raw form. Now, with all of these niceties, it kind of had me wondering how I fell heavy into the JavaScript ecosystem at all. Maybe it was the impressive people. Maybe it was kind of the shiny tech. Maybe it was the brands that were throwing thousands of dollars to appear in front of me. I don't know. But what I do know is this. When you let your guard down and stop trying to be what other people are telling you to be, and just be unapologetically you, a lot of really beautiful and simple experiences can come of it. And that's been representative of my time spent with Laravel. So be brave, folks. Don't be afraid to try new things. And if you don't have a wingman yet at this point in the conference, please come find me. My name is Dave. Come find the video guestbook, sign it, and let's be friends.
Good thing.
Well done.
Thank you.
You did great. Here, I'll take that
What
from
is this?
you. That's your artisan jacket.
Oh, I'm in. All right, let's go.
Yeah. I love how far you took the starter kit with the prompts installation.
Yeah, there's a lot to explore there, and I just kind of wanted to keep pushing and see what the next
How
level
much of your
was.
time as like the lead of the developer community at Mux, how much of your time is spent like building stuff like this versus, I guess, exploring video APIs versus managing community? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, it truly is this role is kind of a new day every day. And for me, PHP, again, I started in it way back in the day, and seeing this energy and this community continue to grow is so attractive to make sure that I'm a part of it in some way. So I'm happy to be here doing this, but also want to contribute in ways that are, installable as well.
Yeah, I like the fact that you turned it into a starter kit. That's very cool. Last question for you. What kind of music does your band play?
My band plays paper rock.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Nobody knows it. I made it up.
It sounds great, though. All right, y'all, give it up for Dave Kiss. Paper rock. What is paper rock? Who here has ever heard of paper rock?
Paper, rock, scissors.
That's different. Anyone has ever heard of paper rock? All right, go find Dave after and talk to him about paper rock, and then come tell me what paper rock is. Okay, so we've got one more before lunch, and this is a very good one. Do you remember yesterday when I was talking about Joe Tannenbaum and how he, kind of like tweeted his way into a job, and that story is very common in the Laravel community for Laravel Inc. Our next speaker came to her first Laracon last year, and the night before she came to the Laracon, she finished the Laravel boot camp. Came to her first Laracon. Now she works at Laravel. Her name is Leah Thompson. She works as a marketing engineer at Laravel. She's been there, I think she's been there for 4 or 5 months, and in that time, she has helped ship four of the marketing or 4 of the Laravel sites. So please give it up for Leah Thompson.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much, Aaron, for that wonderful introduction. Wow, am I excited to be here at Laracon 2025. Is everyone having a great time so far? Yeah. There's been so many amazing talks, and I already have so many side project ideas as well as things I want to check out just from everyone else's talks. But so far, a lot of the talks have been more back-end focused, which, I mean, we are at Laracon, that's kind of to be expected, but we're going to switch gears here, and I'm going to focus more on the front-end side of things. Before I hear any boos, I promise it's going to be fun. So let's get things started with an introduction. So my name is Leah Thompson. When I'm not coding, which isn't often, I always have my laptop on me. I can be found hiking, reading, or cuddling with my dogs that I call my senior developers. I am a front-end engineer / DevRel at Laravel, so I'm a marketing engineer, like Aaron said, but I'm on the DevRel team. And my background isn't the traditional background. I do not have a bachelor's of science in mathematics, or I do not have a bachelor's of science in computer science. I do have a bachelor's in mathematics. And before getting into tech, I worked as a high school geometry teacher. Let's see. But I left teaching because I wanted to focus on solving hard problems, which you do work on some hard problems as a math teacher, but generally they're more so the problems like, if Sally has 99 watermelons and 5 houses, then what color shirt was Sally wearing? With impossible word problems that no one knows how to solve, and the students don't like it, and I didn't like them either. Which I don't know about you guys, but it's not the kind of problems I want to solve every day. So after I left teaching, I joined a free online bootcamp called 100 Devs, which focused more on the MERN stack, so MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. So my first 2.5 years as a developer, I was more focused on the JavaScript side of things. And then one of my jobs decided to switch from Next.js and Node.js on the back end to Laravel and PHP. So that happened last year. I started learning Laravel due to that, and it was around the time of Laracon 2024. So there was a lot of giveaways for tickets, and I applied for the Laravel's Laracon ticket giveaway, and I won. So I was able to go to Laracon last year. Yeah. And I was so scared to go because, like I said, I was very new to Laravel and PHP. I knew no PHP. I dived straight into Laravel because I love to do things the way you're not supposed to. Like Aaron said, I finished the Laravel bootcamp the night before Laracon last year. So I finished it in my hotel room in Dallas, and I went to the conference thinking, feeling like an imposter, but everyone was so incredibly nice. The talks were amazing, and I just fell in love with Laravel, both the framework and the community, and after it, I continued to build online and use Laravel, and now it's led up to me being on the stage, talking to you all here, as well as working at Laravel. Which leads us to week 1 at Laravel for me. So I started Laravel in March of this year, and I started interviewing for jobs in general in January of this year. So January to March, I probably had 60 plus interviews. So I was tired. I started at Laravel. I'm so excited because I got like my dream job. And I'm like, okay, usually you have what, like a couple months to onboard, a little bit before you're expected to ship any code. So I'm like, okay, I get to have a little bit of a breather. Nope. Instantly, I have the Laracon site, the re-updated one. It's like, okay, well, I'll have a little bit to ship it, right? Nope, 2 weeks. You weren't lying when you said you guys ship. You guys ship. And if you've seen the Laracon updated site, which hopefully you all have since you're all here, otherwise I don't know where you got your tickets, but it is an amazing design, which of course our design team at Laravel is amazing, but I want to give a special shout out to Tilly, who worked really hard on this and collaborated with me to get the assets on it. But it is complex. So the design for this has complexity in it. It's pretty exact. There are a lot of absolutely position elements, and due to that, it just adds to the complexity. And I know for me, sometimes when I look at designs like this or just think about building a site in general, you kind of think of like, okay, well, how am I going to take it to the next level, right? How am I going to make my users connect to it to where it leaves a lasting impression on them? And I've learned that, like with anything, it's easier to approach it by breaking it down into smaller steps. So that's what I did with this. So today I'll be going over the 5-step formula for interfaces that connect. So basically building user interfaces that your users are able to emotionally connect with. It leaves a lasting impression on them. So the first step is spacing and padding. So spacing and padding, basically you're just kind of giving your content breathing room. It makes it easier for people to see. Then the second one is fonts. So in fonts it is kind of encapsulating all the text styles, all the font styles you might have. So font families, text sizes, font waves, all of those. Step 3 is layering. So your content would be like the main layer, anything behind it or in front of it, you would be layering. And that just helps add some depth to your design. So it takes it from being 2-dimensional to more 3D. You have a fun element, so something weird, and then animation and interaction. So, nope, not that one. We'll get to that. Now we're going to do a kind of coding demo showing for the Laracon site. So I showed you guys what it's supposed to look like for the venue section. This is not that. This is a stripped back version of that. So getting rid of the padding and fonts and everything for it. So I have it in a component for the original part. I'm going to do a code snippet for venue add. We're going to add padding first. Other way. Add venue padding. Okay, we have our code snippet here. So it's the same exact one as the block of code that was in the component, but here we're adding our padding styles. So we have our tailwind classes for px20, pt20, we have margin top, and then there's some gaps in here as well. So we have the same exact thing, but now it's a little bit easier to read. It's already looking better than before just by adding the padding. Now step 2, because we're continuing with the 5 steps. So step 2 here is doing the fonts. So I'm just going to copy this one and then add venue. I keep wanting to type Venus. I don't know what it is about today. Okay, so add venue fonts. So I added, if you look at the same block of code, we have now our text styling. So we have font semi-bold, font sans. Down here we have font mono. And I already have the link to preload those fonts up here at the top. Oop. I meant to swipe that way. But you can already see our site's looking more polished. So we can move on to the funner stuff, which is step 3. We have the layering. So for the layering, before we just had a regular image of the venue. If I add in this link now, and I'm going to uncomment this line of code, this adds in a bitmap layer to the image, as well as the red rectangle that you see in the top right corner. So we added some layering here. This is helping elevate the site. Already it's something your users are more likely to remember seeing. And then step 4, we want to add in, I know I was going to get up here and forget a step. Step 4, we want to, do a fun element or something weird. So I'm going to add in, and when it says something weird, it's not like, it doesn't have to actually be weird, but just something that makes it stand out, right? So I'm going to change this button, and I'm going to do add venue button. And now we have our ticket button. It has a kind of dash border here, which is supposed to look like a ticket, like when you rip a ticket and you have the serrated edge there. And it also has a red shadow behind it. And then step 5 is just animation. So for the animation, which can be hover effects, it can also be on page load animations. So for this one, I'm going to add a hover effect to the button we just had. And then we also had, oh sorry, I didn't mean to go that. We also have a marquee at the bottom that we right now just have hard-coded data for. And it's not moving, it's just static. So I'm going to put in my component I made. Oop. Okay. And now we have our moving marquee as well as we have our button effect. So whenever you hover over the button, the content comes down and closes over the shadow underneath. So this is a lot better than what we started out with the stripped back version. Just by adding a little bit of code, we were able to get here. And that is wrapping up the Laracon site. So we're at week 5 at Laravel. So I'm like, okay, I did the hard part, shipped my first site for Laravel. So now it slows down, right? Now we can take a little vacation. Nope, night watch sites. It's okay, they need marketing sites, that makes sense. But it's it makes sense that marketing dev would have to do it, right? But wait, I'm marketing dev. It's me. So it's okay. Take a deep breath. I know Chris and Josh on the DevRel team will help me if I need it. We're great. This is fine. We're all good. So I go back to the lab. Start cooking. But this is the lab. It's a little bit on fire, but that's okay. We got through it. And if you've been to the Nightwatch site, which I feel like most of you have, or a lot of you have, then you know that the designs are amazing for the Nightwatch site, which that has to do completely with Jeremy Butler, who worked on the design for the Nightwatch product, but also for the Nightwatch marketing pages. Which now when I look at this design, I'm completely in awe. But whenever I looked at it in the beginning, I was just like, I'm supposed to build that? Like me? It was a little more alarm. But I already knew from the Laracon site that I have my 5 steps that I can use to implement any design and really take my site to the next level and make sure our users will connect with it. So after I cried for at least 5 minutes, then I got to work. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this site, and I'm going to do like a little demo for it. There we go. And this tab. So this is obviously not what the header section looks like on the site, but it's completely stripped back. It's just our content right now. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to comment, or not comment. I'm going to remove this section, so the component that has just a stripped back text, and I'm going to use my code snippet of Nightwatch, add padding, okay, there we go. So right now all we've added is padding. You might be like, wait, Leah, you're lying. I know padding didn't change the color of the buttons. I did add that too, but there's no fonts or anything else on that. It is just text color and then padding and the backgrounds. So we have our padding now. This already looks better. You still wouldn't want to like really ship this on your site, but it looks better. Now we're going to go to step 2, which is our fonts. It's like I knew I could type it. I couldn't say it for a second. So I'm going to do the, oh wait. Actually, for the fonts, I have a couple lines here that I'm going to copy and then paste. So we're just adding a couple of Tailwind styles here for the fonts. So we can see they're just for font sizes, the, I have some interfering colors. I'm going to remove that before I look and wonder why everything is the wrong color. There we go. Okay, so now we have our font styling as well as the padding, and we're already here. Like you could put it on your site. You probably won't get complaints that things are broken, but it doesn't look as nice as the finished Nightwatch header, right? So now we go to step 3, and we want to add layering to this. So for the layering, I'm going to start with the background because Nightwatch has a radial gradient in the background. So I'm going to erase that. And for each of these, it's the same like block of code, just with a couple lines changed. Okay. And this one, I did add like the video section at the bottom, so there is a new div on it. So I'm not trying to bamboozle you. I did add another block at the bottom, but the top part is all the same, just with the background. So now we have, I scrolled and threw myself off. Okay, I have the background with the radial gradient on it, and if we go and look, this is what we're dealing with so far. So we have the radial gradient. It also added this button down here for the video section, but we have one more thing to add, which is this part. Okay, so now we have layering. This is already looking a lot better. Like you could ship this, it looks good, but will this be something lasting that your users will never forget? Probably not. Like you can elevate it, obviously. So we're gonna do that by now doing something weird here. And something that sticks out to me for Nightwatch, and I feel like probably for a lot of people, is the noise filter for Nightwatch. So it's overlaid over everything on the site. It's not weird, but it's something that makes it stand out, which is really what we're looking for in this for step 4. Okay, and now we have our SVG. So as you can see, the SVG, it really isn't that long for it being a noise filter here. And already the site feels kind of more like moodier, plays on the like kind of vibe that Nightwatch is going for, especially how it launched in dark mode. But we still have one more step, which is our motion. So here, I'm gonna add in, for the header, to add in the motion, I need to add spans for each part so that I can animate them separately. So Nightwatch, add header, motion, heading, motion, yep. So here we have just 2 spans. They have Tailwind styles on them for motion, so this is going to be an animation on page load, and I'm using Tailwind CSS Motion by Rombo for that. I'm sorry. That's really bright, but that's what I'm using for that. And then I can add it to my other lines. Add it here, but I want this one to be 500, so it's after those 2. And then I want to add it here, but I want to the buttons, I want this one to be 600. And then I'm going to go ahead, I'm also going to remove this dashboard, and I'm going to add the video, because there's a GIF that plays. Watch, add video, and there we are. Now we have on page load, we already have this animation, we have our GIF playing, and this is something that is going to, that users are going to remember. It's going to make a lasting impression on them. It sends across the kind of intention behind the design of Nightwatch, and it's a lot better than just our content on the page. Let's see. Okay. And thank you. Hopefully this showed, thank you. But hopefully this showed that front end doesn't have to be scary. You can go from 0 to 100 and build out user interfaces that your users are able to emotionally connect to. It invokes some emotion out of them, just following these 5 easy steps. I said, thank you. I'm good, you're good. No, come on.
Okay, whew.
I was trying to exit out.
Oh, no, you're good, come on. Well done. Oh. Great job. Here is your artisan jacket. Yes, you can get your phone. I will allow that. Okay, so you had these principles. Where did you, how did you come up with this framework? How can other people hone their design ability if we're not quite as good of a designer as you?
I would say I'm not a good designer.
Okay.
I would say the design team at Laravel is amazing. I work a lot with like Tilly and David, and I think a lot of it maybe is my math background. It's like if you have a challenging problem, what do you do to get past it? You just break it down into easy steps. So I really just research a lot. Like Chris Sev has a video kind of on like how to approach design using Tailwind. So kind of like looking at videos like that and then taking that approach and maybe like changing it a little bit. Like if it didn't work so much for me, if I realized like, maybe I want to like, I don't know, do things in a separate order. There's like something else I need to add to it.
Okay, I like that. So observe other people's work and kind of make it your own. Build up your own little framework. Yeah.
And then post about it because you can just do things.
Hey, I like that. Y'all give it up for Leah. Good job, Leah. Okay, 2 announcements and then I will release you for lunch. The first is if you are a member of the Laravel team, it is time for your photo. So during this next couple of minutes, if y'all could make your way over there, that means the Laravel booths will be unstaffed. So if you wanted to talk to somebody, sorry, you'll have to wait for a second. Don't go steal anything. The other announcement is food will be available again. Same deal as yesterday. Vegan and veggie is available. And please remember that those patios out there, while they are wonderful, are not open for us, but y'all can disperse anywhere else. And we will be back at, oh my goodness, do I have the return time? Oh, Aaron, you have one job. You said, we will be back at laracon.us/schedule/day2, scrolls down. Oh, okay, at 1:40, I knew that. We'll be back at 1:40, I'll see you then. They're over here if you're looking for them. They're waving somebody down, so they're right there if you need them. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to keep the party going. But before we do, somebody left an Android phone with a gray case in one of the bathrooms. So if you want a new Android phone that has a gray case, you can go collect it at the merch store. So if you're missing your phone, you're going to pretend you're missing your phone, go to the merch store and grab that phone. Okay, up next we've got Colin DeCarlo. Colin is the crew chief at Vehicle, and I think they're all on the front rows. It's the whole Vehicle team. Yeah, front row, we like that. So Colin's the crew chief at Vehicle. Vehicle's been around the community for a long time, and so has Colin. I think this is his 6th Laracon presentation, which is unbelievable, and something that I've seen Colin speak before, I've introed him before, and something that I will always say about Colin is that he makes me feel at peace. He's very calm and collected, which I think, given his topic, is going to be very necessary. So please welcome Colin DeCarlo to the stage.
Thanks, man. All right. Okay. All right. AI and you. Are we ready? Okay. So yeah, honestly, not much to say about me. My name is Colin DeCarlo. I am an experienced developer. Just can't stop looking at that. And a novice vibe coder, which I think does make me an expert. I work at Vehicle. We're a software consultancy with over 75 team members. We specialize in Laravel and JavaScript, of course. We've been a premier partner with Laravel for over a decade now, and we've worked with customers of all different sizes. So come by the booth, say hi, especially if you're interested in how we work. Over the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to go over a bit of a journey together. I've got 3 goals for this talk. First, what I want to do is I want to touch on and build an understanding of how AI models are being evaluated. The capabilities of them is expanding at a really rapid pace, so being informed helps us make the most out of what's being offered. Then, in true dev fashion, what I want to do is I want to watch and see what just happened when we took all of that raw power and we turned it up to 11. And then finally, we're going to explore some tips and techniques that embrace AI as a pair partner in your day-to-day work. So we are living through an incredible time right now. It is the start of the AI age, and there is tons of competition that is driving advancements forward and costs down. So as consumers, the problem that we have is just keeping pace. There's a new industry. That means new jargon, new players, new everything, really. So when OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, who else there? Meta, sorry, makes a release and says that our model is industry leading, who's telling the truth, right? The question is, leading in what? Right? Like, what benchmark are they using and how are they measuring it? So there are a number of benchmarks that are used to measure AI models across a wide variety of competencies. So as developers, there's a few that we should be paying particular attention to. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk about 3 specific benchmarks that I tend to look at when a new model is released. So first up is human eval, and it is the earliest and most widely used benchmark for AI code generation. It was created by OpenAI in 2021 for Codex. That's the model that's behind GitHub Copilot. And at the time, there just wasn't a good way to measure to see if AI could write functional code, so they made this data set. It consists of 164 Python coding tasks, each with a function signature and a hidden set of unit tests. And the idea is just to see if an AI model can take natural language prompt and generate a functional code that passes the tests. To evaluate performance, it uses a metric called pass at k. And this just means that out of k attempts, how many times does the model actually create functioning code that passes all of the tests? So while human eval is still used as a baseline, most modern models score so high on it that it's just not a very good differentiator anymore. And so for that, we need a tougher benchmark. And so SWE Bench Verified is one of those tougher benchmarks. It was developed by researchers at Princeton, MIT, and Meta, and the goal was to have a truly rigorous test for AI code generation. What makes it stand out is that it uses real bugs, the real issues from production Python projects. So instead of writing toy functions, the model is asked to submit an actual fix for a real-world problem. But it does only get one shot at doing this. So it's asked to generate a patch, that patch is applied, and then all of the tests are run. If it fails anything, it's a 0, and there's no retries at all. There's two modes. There's Oracle mode, and that's where the model is told which file the problem exists in. And then there's end-to-end mode. And in end-to-end mode, what they have to do is search the repository, find the file that it thinks the problem's in, and fix it. So currently, the highest single model score on this benchmark is 73%, and that was by Claude Sonnet 4. So what that means is that 73% of the time, Claude was able to generate a fix that made all of the tests pass. Now, I'm an experienced developer, and I don't think I could do 73% of that on my first shot. I haven't done SWE Bench yet, but I have stopped wearing shoes with laces, so that might be an indication. All right, our last benchmark is the Aider Polyglot, which is quickly becoming a go-to for evaluating coding assistance. It uses 225 code challenges. These are small, well-structured programs, which makes them perfect for crafting consistent and realistic editing tasks. Tasks also span across multiple languages, so there's Python, Go, Rust, JavaScript, more. So that means that the models have to generalize their understanding beyond just one single environment. And rather than generating new code from scratch, models are asked to make localized edits. So things like renaming a function, right, or refactoring a loop. So these are the types of tasks that we would actually use day to day. And finally, what I think is really great about this is that Aider uniquely tracks the model cost and token usage for every solution that it makes. So this gives us an idea of not just which models are accurate, but what is efficient and practical for us to use in a production setting. All right, so when we talk about evaluating AI models, it really is tempting to ask which one's the best model. But that question doesn't really make sense anymore. There is no best model. What we're seeing across the board is that models tend to be best in class, not best overall. So one model might be really good at editing code, but it might struggle with general knowledge. It is incredible, though, to see just how quickly and how much better these models have gotten over time. And as such, I do think it's completely reasonable and actually a little bit weird if you don't think about it in terms of Pokemon evolution. AI launched ChatGPT in November of 2022, okay? And that was less than 3 years ago. And in that time, we've gone from copying code back and forth between our IDEs and our chat windows, suffering from token anxiety, hoping we don't overrun our context windows and whatnot. And then we went to standalone tools, right, that have plugins and can even do function calling. Finally, we've moved into custom-built IDEs that offer hand-in-glove agentic workflows. I mean, it feels like we've actually climbed Maslow's pyramid for AI, and at the top, we didn't really find self-actualization there. No. At the top of this pyramid, we found vibe coding. All right, so two things, okay? First, this is the tweet. This is the tweet that coined that term vibe coding, all right? Second thing is that tweets in presentations have gotten a lot more demanding since blue check marks, and I apologize for that. And third, when I learned about vibe coding, I honestly did think it was a bit of a joke. I mean, the pitch is literally let AI code everything and accept all. I mean, what could possibly go wrong there, right? But joke or not, Andre Karpathy really struck a chord when he wrote this tweet and he started something real. So who is Andre Karpathy, right? Here's a bit of a background. He earned his PhD from Stanford in 2015, where he worked on deep learning and computer vision. Add to that, he was also a founding member of OpenAI, playing a major role in its early direction and development. After that, he became the director of AI at Tesla, where he had led the autopilot vision team and helped build out machine learning stack there that was behind their self-driving efforts. And now he's focused on AI education through his own project, Eureka Labs. So he's got a lot of clout in this industry. So Twitter might not be the place where you should say something like, I don't know, I accept all always. Because on this platform, I think that people have been trained to read short messages. So this right here is 233 characters, which is where I think most people, 5 million of them, stopped reading and started vibing. And I mean, look at that, they vibed, right? Move over sliced bread, right? Did you know that vibe coding helps entrepreneurs launch a product in a weekend? Or that it can let 10 engineers do the work of 100? It took 2 days to build a product now. This guy makes $3,000 a day. Vibe coding is revolutionary. It's transforming software. Vibe coding is your way to freedom. Vibe coding can even run your Etsy and Shopify stores if you let it. I mean, this is pretty amazing stuff, right? You know, all of the fanfare and fervor that I saw about vibe coding, strangely enough, reminded me of Stephen Covey's story about sharpening the saw. And so if you're unfamiliar with it, it's about two people. One man is hurriedly and laboring, trying to saw down a tree with a dull saw, and another man comes on and he says, hey man, why don't you just stop for a moment and sharpen your saw? And then he says, I can't stop to sharpen my saw, I'm too busy cutting down these trees. So we use this story at Vehicle as a way of stressing the importance of practice and keeping your skills sharp. But what we also do is we say, don't be so focused on sharpening your saw or sawing down trees that you miss the chainsaw that's sitting unused in the background. And as developers, vibe coding is going to be the chainsaw that we use. Now, some people might say that using a chainsaw is the fastest way to lose an arm, right? Just as much as they might say that vibe coding is damaging software engineering, or there's a case against vibe coding, or that vibe coding makes you want to throw up, that it ships vulnerabilities, that it writes bad code and destroys projects, that it's a fantasy and there's lots of risks involved, that there's problems with it, that there's a dark side to it, right? So, big deal, right? Something new comes out, somebody hates it, somebody loves it. Where's the story here, right? Well, here's another one. Yet another attempt to undermine the discipline of software engineering. This one I actually think is pretty harsh. It's intellectual. And it was actually published in IEEE magazine in December 2001. So it's obviously not about vibe coding. This was in a letter to the editor titled Manifesto Elicits Cynicism. And the manifesto that they're talking about there is the Agile Manifesto, and it's the very cornerstone of Agile software development. So, it's the very cornerstone of Agile software development. 1 second. Oh yeah, at the time, Agile was a very radical approach to developing software, right? And some people loved it, and some people hated it. It was threatening to the way that we wrote software. Does that sound familiar? All right, here's another one. We tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in the short run and underestimate the effect in the long run. This is called Amara's Law. Gartner took Amara's Law and they made a graph. They called it the Gartner Hype Cycle. And so this month they released the Gartner Hype Cycle for AI, and they say that Gen AI in general is sitting in the trough of disillusionment, and that AI agents, including vibe coding, is currently cresting the peak of inflated expectations. So what they're saying here, and what I'm saying, and I think what they're saying, is that now is not the time to be completely hands-off with AI agents. On the contrary, we have to be completely hands-on and very focused on what they're doing. So Karpathy went back on stage in June, and he went to Y Combinator's AI startup school. And he gave a talk called Software is Changing Again. And near the end of that talk, he coined the idea, again, of AI on a leash. Now, in his own words, what he says is that AI, in general, is very powerful, but it has a lot of jagged edges, which is a lot like a chainsaw. And if it's going to be of any real use to us, there has to be a human in control. Again, a lot like a chainsaw. So how well you're able to control and work with AI in your day-to-day is going to have a real impact on how many trees you can cut down. So let's spend some time and talk about AI as your new pair programmer. So yesterday's announcement about Boost was really awesome, right? I think it was entirely on brand for Laravel with respect to developer experience. So when it becomes available, install Boost, right? And then just forget everything else I'm about to tell you. One of the most important pieces of advice I like to give to developers is to code inside the lines, right? The framework exists to make our lives as developers easier, enable us to ship faster, and with a lot more confidence. So when Boost has its MCP server and its generated guidelines, it's going to be a constant reminder to the AI to code inside the lines, right? So it's honestly a no-brainer. Install it and just let the agent do the rest. Now, if I was going to continue, I might say an important decision that you should make with AI coding assistance is which mental gear you're in. Each mode you shift the agent into typically comes with its own specific system prompt and available tools, okay? So don't overlook this. Ask mode is your conversational debugger. The assistant system prompt is tuned for contextual answers and has read-only access to the code base. So use curiosity-driven prompts. What contracts does invoice batch process rely on? Edit mode switches the prompt to surgery. The assistant now gets patch tools, but it's blind to the rest of the repository, and it only sees the files that you give it access to. So talk in diffs. In the payment controller, rename charge to capture and update all of the callers. Agent mode unlocks repo-wide search, gives you multi-file editing. It can run tests and terminal commands, those sorts of things. So for this, talk in intent. Say, merge authentication to Laravel, migrate authentication to Laravel Sanctum, update configs, routes, and run the test until your CI passes. Common criticism that I hear of AI-generated code is something like, sure, it's good, right? But I always have to change X to Y. So this is your cue to lay down some ground rules. Rule or instruction files act like a standing order to your model. So they shrink its decision space. So your personal preferences, they don't have to be rediscovered on every single prompt. Best practice here is to keep 2 layers. You've got your global rules, which are your own personal conventions for naming things, how you test things, just how you like your code. And then you have your project-specific rules. Those are things for the architecture of the application, your domain knowledge, the tech stacks that you're working in. Now, I've noticed that different vendors have chosen different names for these files and put them in different places. It's a lot like lint files. They have different names and structures and whatnot. So just like lint configs, you should put them into version control. So when a new teammate clones your repo, all of those change X to Y sort of nitpicks just disappear. I've got a lot of kids. It's about me. When one of my kids turns 11, we start reading Harry Potter together. And I really enjoy reading the description that's given of the burrow. It's charming, except that magic is the only thing that keeps it up and from killing the Weasleys. So when we use one more tweak on AI-generated snippets, we're basically building software burrows, right? We're just building on unstable patches that barely stand on their own. And I think that there's 2 human habits that trick us into making these tweaks. First is sunk cost. When we write code, the effort's real, right? So deleting it hurts. But generated code, we should treat it as though it's disposable. It's cheap. It only costs a couple seconds to make and only costs a couple tokens and those sorts of things. So if you don't like it, throw it out, start over, and reprompt with the context that was missing the first time. Secondly, and I think it's just politeness, I think that when we're working with our team members, we tend to soften our feedback. We say, just change this a little bit. But AI doesn't have any feelings, so we got to stop treating it like it does, okay? Just start over. It doesn't matter. All right, but also make sure that you balance this with good enough. So if the AI gets you 80% of the way there, and there's only 20% that's left over that you can hand code on your own, just take that win, okay? And sorry, take that win. Let's move on. All right, don't repeat yourself. Suppose you just finished the first of many tedious and repeatable refactors. Instead of describing the change 50 times or more, use the first diff of that change and turn it into a template for the AI. The workflow is actually really straightforward. First thing you do is you get the diff of the first refactor, then in edit mode, add the files that need the same refactor and supply the diff as context. And then just use a prompt like apply the pattern shown here to the classes that I've provided and make a similar refactor. The model sees a before and after example of this, and this is just classic few shot prompting. It's important to keep the diffs small and remember to commit after every single batch. If you notice that the model starts drifting after 2, 3, 4 iterations, just reset and start fresh again. So a language model, this is going to be controversial, can describe your changes faster and more consistently than you ever can. So hand over that keyboard, all right? The good news here is that now you can be the first person to never read your commit messages. I found that the way that commit messages are generated, it varies a lot across different vendors. So Cursor will try to adapt its message style to what's already in the repo. GitHub Copilot and JetBrains allow you to set the message context using instruction files. There's also a number of standalone tools. Before I was using GitHub Copilot, I was using AI commits, and I can really recommend that one. This isn't a joke. There's also Commit GPT and GPT Commit, and they'll use Git hooks, and they'll prepare the message for you so that it's ready to go when you're ready to commit. This is just good project hygiene, right? You get readable commits and no more whip noise. All right, stop writing prompts as well, okay? So if you're about to do something that's really involved, like a big refactor or a small feature or something like that, writing a good prompt is hard. So let's do some meta prompting instead. Start in ask mode, and you work with the model to develop the prompt that you want to write, and then once you have it, you flip over to agent mode, and you just let it rip. A really important part of this is about stating what you want and not how you want it. So include high-level constraints like you must update or add tests. I find it really helpful to use a bulleted list for requirements here that's related to the specific implementation. I'll cover things like error conditions, where I want the data to go to, where it's coming from, that sort of thing. And iteration here is really key, okay? So if you read through the prompt, it's generally pretty good, but there might be a few changes that you want to make. It's your choice at this point to reset if you want, or just add a few further refinements. All right, last one, I promise. Sorry, guys. Is the multi-agent workflow. So this one is really neat. So you have a writer model and that writes the code, and a reviewer model that reviews the code. So what you do is you take the diff that was generated by the first model in the writer mode, and you give it to the reviewer, and you ask for a structured critique. So Microsoft calls this pattern reflection, and research has shown that this generate, review, rewrite cycle boosts your accuracy by up to 20%. And easing into this is actually pretty simple. You have 2 chat windows open. So the agent writes the code, you grab the diff, you give it to the reviewer reviews the code, and you ask for a structured commit, or a critique. You then supply that critique to the writer and say, implement these changes, please, and off you go. So ask for bugs, gaps in testing, style issues, that sort of thing. All right. And that's it. Okay, that's my time. Again, we're just at the beginning of wait, I got something really like transformative to tell you. We're just at the beginning of an incredible journey, okay? So watch trends, stay curious, and you should just clap now, is probably what you should do.
Flawless, well done. Well done, there you go. Okay, so as a crew chief, like probably engineering manager, we've seen several of these like use AI mandates come in at different companies, and they go viral on Twitter. As a manager, have you issued any of those mandates, and why or why not?
So yeah, I mean, like we have definitely stressed the importance of working with AI. I think that as a consultancy, what we do, there's a lot more, people will think that you can produce more, and it is true, you really can. So we tell people, you should really embrace these things. It's not going away, so you need to learn how to use it so that you can use it effectively and increase your productivity.
I think that seems reasonable, just like you. Everybody say thank you to Colin DeCarlo.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Okay. Up next we have a special one for you, and not just clicker. I don't have it. He took it. I didn't do it. Up next, we have somebody. Up next, we have a special one, and not just because he is the president and COO of Laravel. More important than that, he's an accountant just like me. Do we have any other formally trained accountants in the room? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Honestly, I expected somebody. Okay, it's just you and me, Tom. All right, we've got an accountant coming out. All right, listen, Tom is the president and COO of Laravel, but he's been in and around the PHP community for a long time. He was previously at a couple of different companies that you have probably heard of. He was the CEO of Pond5, and then he joined Shutterstock, and so he's been, and those are both PHP shops, and so he's been around this community for a long time, and he's gonna tell us a story of being in that PHP community, discovering Laravel, getting to know Taylor, and he's just gonna give us a lot of behind the scenes. And this is his first time on any Laracon stage, so I want you to make him feel super welcome. Please give it up for Tom Kra.
Hello, Laracon. So exciting to be here today. My name is Tom Kra. I am the COO here at Laravel. I've been with Laravel now for over a year and a half. And I've had the pleasure to go to 4 Laracons around the world during that time. Yeah, it's crazy. But I truly never thought I'd be up here on stage presenting, to be honest. It's kind of crazy. You know, when I joined Laravel a year and a half ago, I started coming to these conferences, and I realized how energizing it is to be here. And I feel that today at being up here on stage. Thank you, everybody. So, you know, for a while there, I wasn't sure I would ever come up here and actually present. It's quite the experience, I have to tell you. And as I got started. Sorry, I lost my place. As I got started a year and a half ago, I remember as I came up and I said, well, maybe I'll present Laracon someday. Taylor asked me, hey, how would you like to, sorry, I'm completely lost already. Thank you, everybody. God, I'm freaking freezing. Where the heck is my notes? I don't need any notes. I don't need any notes. Oh, God.
Accountants forever, you got this.
Yes, that's right, accountants forever. Well, anyway, I'm going to tell you a story today about Laravel and how I joined the Laravel team. It starts with me meeting Taylor in the fall of 2023 and it continues with how we started building the Laravel team and the Laravel Cloud product. The story begins with, well, let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you about a community. I'm going to ask you to imagine a community. This is a community that you can imagine pretty well. This is a community that started from a single developer in his Arkansas apartment and grew to an open source community of over 1 million open source developers. Now imagine being handed the challenge of a lifetime, the opportunity to help build a company that serves this incredible community. My challenge was to help Taylor hire a team to build multiple flagship products in an impossible timeline. But we weren't just building for any developers, we're building for Laravel developers, the most passionate, opinionated, and productive engineers in the world. This is a community of artisans who value craftsmanship and products that just work. Sorry, catching up on my slides here. Uh-oh, now we have technical difficulty. Should be coming up. It's working here. Here we are. So I'm going to take you back to the fall of 2023. Picture it. San Francisco, California, November 2023. I'm sitting across the table from Taylor Otwell as he presents his vision for Laravel. At the time, Taylor was wrestling with the biggest decision of his professional career, whether to raise venture capital funding and to pursue his dream for Laravel. Before this, I was the CEO of Pond5, digital media company based in New York City, and we were acquired by Shutterstock in 2022. Both Pond5 and Shutterstock were PHP companies operating at massive scale. Shutterstock's web properties, for example, see over 100 million web sessions every single month. So I knew about Laravel. In fact, we even used a little bit of Laravel in our stack at the time. But I truly was prepared for the vision that Taylor laid out that day. Taylor painted a vision for Laravel Cloud, a fully managed deployment solution for Laravel apps, a reimagined Laravel Forge, as we announced yesterday, and a world-class monitoring solution we later called Laravel Nightwatch. There was a moment in the conversation when I realized we weren't just building a few new software applications. We were building an ecosystem that could change how Laravel developers build, deploy, and monitor their apps for the next generation. Taylor and I spent 2 days together that week, and I could see in Taylor a founder who cared deeply about this community, and he was willing to risk everything to take Laravel to the next level. Taylor and I spent 2 days together that week, and if I'm being honest, I wasn't sure Laravel was the right fit for me when I first walked in. But after those 2 days together, I couldn't imagine working anyplace else. As Taylor flew home to Arkansas and I returned to Boston, Taylor drafted what I later called his manifesto on the plane ride home. This was a comprehensive vision for Laravel that wasn't just ambitious, it was transformative. Screen here. This is the actual manifesto that he drafted. I don't know if you know this about Taylor, he's a very prolific writer, so when he writes something down, it's really very impactful and very polished. Taylor painted a vision about how we would strengthen our open source dominance with a new level of investment and focus. We're going to build Laravel Cloud for instant deployment. We're going to reimagine Forge for the next generation, and we'd create Nightwatch for seamless monitoring. And I came to learn with Taylor, there's always one more thing. Fast forward, Christmas Eve 2023. I signed my offer letter to join Laravel. I started on January 1st, 2024. 6 weeks later, we closed our $57 million funding round, and we were off to the races. Of course, the boring stuff had to come first. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Of course, the boring stuff came first. We had to do due diligence, cap tables, bank accounts, insurance, payroll, and benefits. We had to lay the organizational foundation to be able to move faster later. But then came the most important decision, or the most important part, hiring the team. There's a saying I've always liked: culture eats strategy for breakfast. You see, this isn't just a catchphrase, this is reality. We knew that if we hired too quickly, or we hired the wrong people, it would cost us dearly in speed and execution later. And we were committed to building a team in the image of the community we serve. See, the original Laravel core team of 10 was truly special. We needed to build around that original group of 10 as leaders in our company for the next generation. But our first key hire, the other thing about the Laravel team, it was a global team. So that original group of 10 employees was spread across 8 countries around the world. This gave us a global footprint from day one. We leaned into our asynchronous, we leaned into asynchronous communication, and we hired only senior autonomous developers who are great communicators and would add to our culture of positive vibes. Our first key hire in March 2024 was Andre Valentin, who joined us as Director of Engineering. Thank you, everybody. Andre deserves applause. I'm sure he's watching at home. He just had his second baby, so I'm sure he's watching at home. He wasn't able to make it this year. But Andre was our first key hire. He joined us as Director of Engineering in March 2024. Andre's first mission was to organize our OG developers into focused teams. Joe Dixon, as you know, would take the lead on Laravel Cloud, along with Nuno. Jess Archer would lead Nightwatch, together with Tim McDonald. And James would take on Forge and Vapor. With this initial foundation in place, we began to hire aggressively. Our goal was to scale, oh, sorry, there's one more slide here. In addition to that, we had Dries, Mohammed, and Mior continuing to anchor our open source and support teams, while Christoph was already increasing the pace of our video content production. With this initial structure in place, we began to hire aggressively. Our goal was to grow the team from 10 to 35 in the next 90 days, and this would take us to June of 2024. At this point, we faced a critical early decision. Could we build Laravel Cloud with our existing server management expertise? Or did we need to hire dedicated infrastructure engineers? Taylor and I realized our ambitions demanded more. We needed to hire infrastructure talent right from the start. This would ensure we were building a platform that was capable of scaling and meeting our ambitious roadmap. Our first key hire in infrastructure was Chris Fidal, who, as you may know, joined us in March 2024 as well. Chris, as you may know him, known as Fideloper here in the Laravel community, had infrastructure and Laravel experience dating back over a decade, including to his time at Userscape, where he and Taylor actually worked together 10 years before. I don't know if you knew that. But beyond Chris's esteemed resume, Taylor also knew that Chris would excel in an unstructured development environment of building Laravel Cloud from a blank sheet of paper and an empty GitHub repo, as the case may be. And he was right. 2 months later, Justin Reisner joined us as well. Yay, Justin. Justin came to us from WP Engine, and he brought cloud infrastructure, Kubernetes, and automation experience to our team, and he's been amazing. 1 month after that, in June, Florian Beer came aboard, where he brought, a lot of Florian fans in the room, I love it, where he brought networking, monitoring, and reliability engineering to the team. But of course, infrastructure engineers and developers were just the beginning. We needed to build a complete Laravel team. For instance, we needed to scale our customer support team to support multiple large-scale products. We needed security and compliance experience to be able to pursue SOC 2 and ISO 27001. We needed world-class designers to apply the level of polish to our products that Taylor envisioned. We needed finance and HR, and we needed marketing and DevRel to engage our community. Here are some of those other hires that joined us during the time. You may know some of them, especially David, who helped me with these fine slides. Thank you, David. Oh, sorry. I'll go back one. But then came one important question. One day, Taylor asked me and Andre, so what exactly does a product manager do, having not hired one before for Laravel, and gotten pretty far, of course? Well, we decided we'd post a role for a product manager, and we were flooded with applicants. Now, one day, as I was sifting through AI-generated cover letters, one candidate's application stood out from the rest. Calvin Szymanski was a product manager at Ford Motor Company, of all places. Now, that's right, Calvin. Salute to Calvin. Calvin's background was very interesting. He had actually started a SaaS app, a successful SaaS app, using Laravel. He was also a self-taught Laravel developer. And he had product management experience at scale from his time at Ford. Calvin came aboard. After several rounds of interviews, Calvin came aboard and greatly accelerated our pace and quality of our production. And he was critical to our launch of Laravel Cloud. I just want to share, this is Calvin's actual cover letter, by the way, just the beginning of it, of course. But this is how you write a good cover letter, so don't use AI. Make it come from the heart. That's it. And this is actually also my conversation with Taylor as I'm finding it in that pile and pointing it out to him, so it's pretty cool. Now let's rewind a bit. February 2024, we're at Laracon EU in Amsterdam. At this point, Taylor had begun sketching out his vision for Laravel Cloud, and we're meeting with Joe Dixon. Joe had spent, of course, much of the prior 2 years building Laravel Vapor. At one point in the conversation, Joe asked Taylor a critical question. But what's your number? Joe was asking Taylor, how quickly did a user need to progress from sign up to deployment on Laravel Cloud? Without hesitation, Taylor answered, 1 minute or less. Joe nodded and said this was the exact same number in mind, and within days we began building what would become Laravel Cloud. Now, I'm not going to talk much about the technical challenges we faced during this time. There's definitely better people here to tell you about that, but I'll share a couple of the business challenges we faced along the way. Start with the first one. See, at this point, we had decided to build primarily on top of AWS, which was a pretty obvious choice, as we knew it would increase our speed to market, reduce our risk, and give us global scale out of the gates. But here's the thing. Even though Laravel, the framework, was widely known at the time, Laravel, the company, was actually spending less than $1,000 a month on AWS. Actually, much less than $1,000 a month. So you can imagine that's not the level of spend that gets you enterprise-supported AWS or access to the best technical experts or understanding of long-term pricing dynamics. The same challenge was true of Cloudflare, we were considering for our networking layer. So my challenge became clear. My job was to establish Laravel as a serious enterprise partner and communicate the scale of our ambitions. This wasn't actually as easy as I thought it would be, to be honest. It actually took several months, many attempts, and a lot of creative networking just to find the right team at both of these companies. So, but I'm happy with the results that we got to. Now, at this point, we were facing a number of product decisions, important product decisions. So for our networking layer, would we use services from AWS or the suite from Cloudflare? On compute, we were still considering serverless architectures, as well as the traditional server model along with EKS. On the database front, there was countless choices from the RDS and Aurora suite at AWS, third-party partners like Neon, and first-party Laravel options. Of course, there were many other categories. What would we do for caching and object storage? How we approach usage-based billing and monitoring. We came up with a clear decision framework at this point that started with the technical complexity and risk. We needed to make decisions rapidly, but we always had the long-term implications in mind. So it came down to product fit, a deep technical review, and an understanding of where we wanted to be from a product and technology point of view. Intentionally last on this list is economics. It was always the last thing we worried about. I was always confident we could get to the right economics and the right legal structure with any of the partners we were talking to. "12 months later, I'm very proud of the progress we made on Laravel Cloud. It's been an incredible 12 months. Our team is amazing. Of course, this story has to end at the end of the 6 months in June of last year. It's been 12 months since, and so much has happened. This is a picture of our team 12 months ago at Laracon US in Dallas when we were 35. Well, fast forward now, we're now 80 across the world. We have employees in 21 countries. That's right, yes. Round of applause. It is as global, our team is as global as the community we serve. 21 countries, we actually have employees that spread across, our workday spreads across all 24 hours a day, so you know someone at Laravel is always shipping. So where are we now? We've launched Laravel Cloud, we've launched Laravel Nightwatch this year, we have over 15,000 active customers on Laravel Cloud, and we have over 10,000 customers already on Laravel Nightwatch. Did we meet our 60-second deployment time? Not only did we meet it, we crushed it. Our average deployment time is around 40 to 45 seconds, and we regularly see deployments as low as 27 seconds. So great job by the team. Obviously had very little to do with that, but it is a fantastic accomplishment. And today, we are still, of course, one global Laravel community. I want to thank you for your time today. Thank you, Laracon. Absolute pleasure to be here. And thank you for welcoming this incredible global community.
Mr. President, here you go. This is for you.
Appreciate it.
I'll take that. I got two questions for you. One is, you have a long history of leading companies, right? But Pond5 and Shutterstock are fundamentally differently shaped companies. What has been the difference or some of the surprises coming into a developer tooling company and trying to lead that?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been around technology companies of various kinds, and I've always done a lot of different stuff. Actually, before the digital marketing e-commerce, I was doing a solar company advanced manufacturing and engineering. So a lot of different stuff. So I've always been around technology companies, but I think the unifying factor is communities. Like, obviously there's the community inside the company, but Pond 5 and Shutterstock were also community-based companies. They were artistic-based communities. So it's always important to recognize that, the community you serve is the community you serve. And we have to keep that in everything we do.
I like that. And now my second question is, coming into Laravel with such a strong leader in Taylor, right? He is the head of the community. He has good taste. He's very opinionated. Yeah. What's the interplay between you and Taylor? You as president, him as CEO, your COO. Where do you guys complement each other, and how does that kind of break down?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Taylor. I have to say, I've worked with a lot of founders. They're not always easy, but Taylor has been an absolute pleasure to work with. He's very trusting, as you know. He's more than happy to give autonomy to all on his team. So, I think we've gotten along really well. We found ways to complement each other. We obviously keep in close communication and make decisions together. I'll never be where Taylor is from a product or technology point of view or software point of view. So obviously we lean heavily on him for all of the vision and technology decisions we make. But I have a role to play there too, and make sure, especially we bring the legal aspects and the financial aspects to the table, and we're always thinking about how they can come together.
Well, it's working great. Y'all give it up for Tom.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Okay, up next, we are going to have Mr. Caleb Porzio come out in a minute, but before we do, we're going to have Dan and Margaret from Vehicle, so y'all give Dan and Margaret a big round of applause.
Hello. How we doing?
I love you, Dad.
I love you too. How we doing, everybody? The vibe's still good out here? Yeah?
Nice.
Staying fresh. Anyone feel like they're running on caffeine at this point? Yeah, me a little bit after a late night last night. So we're going to try to keep the vibes up here. We just wanted to take a moment and tell you a little bit about Vehicle. My name is Dan Sapelsa. This is my coworker, Margaret Tavares, and we work at a pretty great company called Vehicle. If you've been around the Laravel community for any amount of time, you've hopefully heard of us. As my friend and coworker Colin said a short while ago, we've been big members of the Laravel community for a number of years, supporters of the framework, sponsors of Laracon. We've got a booth in the other building, so if you haven't had a chance to stop by and chat with us, please do. But without further ado, we just want to tell you a little bit about the company we work for.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Dan. So we are a team that values caring, growing, and delivering with everything that we do and everyone that we work with. So we are a software consultancy based in Canada. We have about 80 team members on our team, and we have a strong specialty in Laravel, Vue, React, and a lot of other frameworks. What you can do is think of us as an extension of your team, and what we want to do is feel like we're developers ready to go, ready to work with your team, and care about the product that you're building.
We've worked with all kinds of customers, from early stage startups to enterprise in all sorts of industries, and we like to help them ship code and deliver faster to their stakeholders.
So we'll tell you a little bit about our process. What we want to do is have daily communication with your team. Communication is really important, so whether that's hopping on your platform, having that communication, whether that's a daily stand-up, showing you weekly retrospectives, doing a weekly demo, we want to feel like we're really integrated with whatever you have going on.
Yeah, like Margaret said, we want to be seamlessly integrated into your team as we augment your team, right? And there may be different engagements that we take on. It could be we're doing work as part of one of your teams and actually actively contributing to the same things that your internal devs are contributing to. Or you may give us a sort of a sandbox project or something that's sort of isolated. But either way, we really value that communication. We want to be in constant communication with you, giving you updates, and always making sure that we're working on the most vital tasks for you.
What we want to do is have deep collaboration. So we do a lot of pair and mob programming. That's something that we want to share our knowledge with your team, get to understand what you have going on, and feel like we're ready to go to hop on any kind of call.
We also have a very big team, about 75. I think we've been passed by the Laravel team now, but about 75 or so developers at Vehicle. And because of that, we have a wealth of experience. When we're working with you, we may have a team on your project with a few developers with certain experiences. But if something comes up that's outside their experience, there's a good chance that across Vehicle, we've got people that have worked heavily with that technology or that particular task. So we would like to draw, you're going to have a team of 2 or 3 developers working on your project, but really you want to think of it as you've got a team of 80 people in terms of the knowledge base that's going to be brought to your project.
And what we want to do is, our goal is to make you look like a superstar to your stakeholder. So whether that's getting you ready, it's very custom how we work, and so we want to learn the ins and outs so we can make you shine.
And community, like we said, we've been involved in the Laravel community for a long time. We definitely value this. It's a big help to us to be a part of this community and benefit from it. And a big part of that, or one big thing we've done in the community, about 1.5 years ago, we were fortunate enough to take over the operation of the Laravel Worldwide Meetup. Hopefully some of you have maybe caught some streams or caught the videos on YouTube. Yeah, awesome. A great tradition, originally started by Freek van der Herden of Spotty. We were, like I said, fortunate enough to take it over about 1.5 years ago. And so we like to hold a monthly stream, usually at the end of the month. We're always looking for speakers. So if you're interested in participating, please head to that link right there, meetup.laravel.com. You can see any upcoming talks and also submit any talk proposals that you might have.
If you also have ideas about what you want to hear from the community, feel free to go through that link and add that as the proposal as well. We really like to know what everyone likes to learn, and so any feedback is really awesome, so thank you.
And yeah, lastly, just get in touch with us. Like I said, we have a booth across the way there, so stop by the booth. We got some swag over there. We've got a giveaway. It's probably maybe not too late to get in.
Yeah, exactly. You can sign up for the giveaway. We're giving away a Switch 2. So 15 minutes after the last panel talk is when we are going to be running that draw. So come by our booth, and you may be the winner.
And there you go. We've got some contact there on all the usual socials and things like that. Probably the easiest way to find us, just head over to vehicle.com. And with that, I'd just like to say a couple of things. One, it's very nerve-wracking being up here. So a big hand for all of our speakers, just crushing it once again.
Like, I can't see anybody here. It's really bright. It's really great.
And also, I personally would like to thank everyone involved in putting the conference together, from the Laracon team, or the Laravel and the Laracon team, to the venue itself. Like I said last year, it keeps getting better every year, and I can't wait till next year. Anything else from you, Margaret?
Thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys had an amazing time at Laracon US, and big thank you to all everyone that's been a part of this, whether you coming to people, and then all the people that are behind the Laravel team doing all the events here and organizing everything. It's been such an awesome community to be a part of, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your time in Denver.
All right. Good job. Great job. It is nerve-wracking, but they did great. Good job. Okay, I want to see a show of hands or shouts, whichever you prefer. Do we have any Livewire fans in the audience? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, we're going to keep going. Do we have any Alpine JS fans in the audience? Yeah, that's what I thought. What about the new Flux UI kit? Yeah? All right, and here's the deep cut. You got to let me finish it, because if I just say the first word, you're going to cheer, and I'm just... Sushi, wait, not just sushi. Sushi, the missing array driver for Eloquent. Do we have any sushi fans? Yeah, old school. I love that one. Okay, so obviously who I'm talking about is Caleb Porzio. Caleb Porzio is the creator of Livewire and Alpine JS, and he has been cooking something for Livewire 4, and I have no idea what it is. He's keeping it under wraps. I keep telling people, talk about the things you're doing, and he's like, I'm not going to talk about it yet. But today, he is here to talk about it. Please welcome Caleb Porzio.
Hey, how's it going? Denver. All right. So today we're going to be announcing Sushi 4. Sushi 4! All right. Let's do it. Let me get a clicker here. Okay. Oh, my screen. Is my screen somewhere? You see it? All right. Livewire 4. Ah. All right, I got 2 things to get out of the way here to put your mind at ease, because you're going to be in awe, but you're also going to be like filled with dread, because you're like, oh, and then I got to upgrade everything and change everything, and why did he do that? But this is not a rewrite. I'm not rewriting the whole code base. I'm being a good boy. Yeah? I know. It's not going to take another year. And no breaking changes. Mostly no breaking changes. Mostly no breaking changes so far. Pretty much all of V4 is honestly like a separate folder, and we're kind of feature flagging it on as we're developing it. So this time we're pretty dedicated to making sure that when you do upgrade, you can just keep, your app will keep running and then you can opt in all the new fun stuff. Okay, so in the beginning, there was a simple, beautiful artisan command. PHP artisan make Livewire show profile. But show profile is too realistic of a component. So we're going to use counter, because that's what you should be building in Livewire. So make Livewire counter. It was a simpler time. You run this command, and you get 2 files in your project. You get a class in your app directory, and you get a view in your resources directory. Everybody's happy. Who makes their Livewire components like this right now? Classic. OK. So then we had make Volt counter. So Volt comes out and goes, these files are in 2 totally separate places. Let's bring them together and put them into one place, one single file. There's a lot of advantages to that. So Volt comes out, and the crowd goes wild. Mateus is sold. And then there's let's give it up for Volt, Yeah, all right. And then there's some folks, maybe some of you that aren't clapping, that had like some nuanced, respectful, but nuanced takes on Reddit. This sucks and I hate you is the gist. So what is this like, as the creator of a framework, to have this kind of discord among the community? So-and-so's doing this, so-and-so's doing that. They say this is good, they say this is bad, you should do this, you should do that. And it just leaves me on it transparently with this feeling, there's just this like kind of grave feeling that Livewire is completely and totally forked. The whole community, it's forked. There's 3 different ways to make a Livewire component. There's the Volt functional, there's Volt class-based, and there's the traditional. And this is not good for newcomers, it's not good for old-timers, and everybody's guessing what's the best way. So I solved it. I thought really long and hard and thought, okay, how can we unify this experience? And so I did, and I want to show you, and I'm very excited, and we created a 4th way to make Livewire components. Let's go. All right, so artisan make Livewire counter. By default in v4, what happens? Basically, that single file class-based Volt component, I'm just going to stop calling it Volt. It's Livewire now. We wrote a parser for it. And you got your class in there, and you got your view right below it. And this feels really good. You can co-locate things. One change that I wanted to make, though, is when you see a component in your template, you have to have this calculus of like, where is the source for this component? Is it in the Livewire directory? Is it in the Blade components directory? Is it in the app directory, rendering? It's too much. So I want it to be really clean. Like when you see a component, Blade or Livewire, you look in the same place. What's the best name for a directory where your components go? Components. So they're in components right alongside your Blade components. And I want it to feel like you start with a Blade component and then you upgrade it to Livewire when you need it upgraded or whatever. Another thing I hear is like questions about page or project structure. Like how do you structure your project? Do you put everything in components? Do you put it all in app? Whatever. So now we have just very like subtle new opinions for you. Pages and layouts. There's new folders. They're automatically namespaced. So if you're creating a page and you're routing directly to it, you throw it in pages. And then you reference a layout. And then same, components is the default directory for all your components. So I'm excited about that. But one thing that bugs me about this experience is there's 2 Blade files, but these are different. One's a Blade component, one's a Livewire component. And it bugs me because you have to look at the source code to find that out, and I don't like that. So it's like, it'd be nice if we had some way to differentiate just by looking in the sidebar. So I came up with 2 solutions. I'll show you the right one first. Let's do the right solution. You ready for this? Okay. .livewire.php. This is the right, .livewire.php. This is the right thing to do. But with many things, there's the right way and there's the cool way. Do you want to be right or do you want to be cool? Prepare yourself. All right. Here we go. All right, we're doing something here to me. Artisan make Livewire. Hey, artisan make Livewire counter. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing, except this time I'm going to pass this well-named flag. And we're going to hit enter. And check this out. Whoa. What the heck? What is going on? What do you think about that? Give it up for the Bolt emoji. I know you clapped against your will there. I know you did. Because you're looking at this and you're going, this is... Where's the precedent for a character at the beginning of a file name differentiating that file from other files? Svelte, Kit, Next, they all do it. We can do it. But an emoji, though, does that even work on Windows? Who cares if it doesn't work on Windows? I don't care. This is Caleb's way. No, it's Unicode. This is a Unicode emoji. It's in all your file systems, works on Windows, Git, everything. I actually forgot that I had this idea and was amped about it. Like, Taylor probably remembers, like a year or two ago, right? I sent you this. I did it in the Livewire docs for fun, and it's just been live, and it works on Git and Forge and everything, and yeah, all right? So this is gonna be a hard sell for the Bolt emoji. Buckle up. Caleb, there's no precedent for an emoji in a file name. Check this out. This is Mojo. It's literally a programming language written by the Swift guy. Look at this file extension. Look at that, right? But ultimately, it's like, this is fun. Why can't we have nice, fun things? We're all gonna be out of jobs anyway. Like, right? Like, when did we stop having fun? We're on our way out. Let's have fun on our way out with emojis. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Caleb, the half talks about emojis. But now I ruined the alphanumeric. That's a feature. Now your Livewire components are at the top, and when you search them, you can find them. All right, no more hard sell. Let's build this component. I know you're all converted. No notes. You love it. This is a counter component. You got some state. You got your methods, increment, decrement. You know, you've seen this a million times, right? All right, so this is all working. We're good. One thing that we did that I really like about these single files, should I make this bigger? Do you like it bigger? Yeah. All right, so scripts. So now you don't need @script, and you can add a script tag, just a naked script tag to the bottom of this file. And we also changed $wire to this dot. Again, this isn't a breaking change. $wire still works for you out there who were mad about that, about me breaking it. So it's this dot watch, and there's a lot of cool things that you can do here. Like, we're watching count for a change, and we're console logging count changed to, oh, I was supposed to snooze cursor. Get out of here. Okay, none of that. Count changed to this dot count. Look in the console. I go up and down, and it says count changed to. So it's really nice. And we added a bunch of things. Like, here's one that I don't have time to show you in depth, but we have interceptors where you can just intercept any action. So anything you have wire click, you can intercept it, and you can do literally anything. Like, you can hook into every part of the request before it's sent, after it's sent, before the response is received, and store some like scroll state, and then after the page changes, then do something else. We got, this hook is like the solution. You can cancel the request. So you can make like a confirmation modal and use these interceptors to do that. But, all right, so that's what we got there. Okay, single file thing, I get it. Half of you, maybe most of you are like, this is not for me. Too many things in one file. IDEs suck at it, I'll give you that. Totally. Your IDE doesn't know what to do with this. That's no good. Also, it gets big, and it doesn't feel good. So how do we make everybody happy? This is what I got. Artisan, make, Livewire. You're not going to hate this. No, MFC. So multi-file component. So you can upgrade. You start with a single file component. Really easy, really nice. Then you say, I want to make a Livewire component. It goes, hey, that exists. Do you want to convert it to a multi-file component? Totally, I do. And now check this out. Now that's a directory with the zap. Yep. That's actually what I love about the zap is now the directory, like you can link it and go like, oh, this is a Livewire component. So yeah, so we got separate files in here like counter.php. This is a pure PHP file. There's nothing magical. That's an anonymous class with a semicolon, and the file extension is .php. Your editor knows exactly what to do with it. Same as with the Blade file. And the JavaScript gets put into a separate file. And we're being like really smart about the JavaScript now. We rewrote that little section of the code base. So these JavaScript files are actually served as ES6 modules, the same stuff that like a code splitting JavaScript system would do to your front end. So when you load this JavaScript, it gets cached, and any component that uses it, it already has the JavaScript. You can use, I'll just show you here. So if I like reload this page and we look at JS, let's do that again. Come on, JS. There we go. Counter.js. I literally wrap it in export function run, and then we run it. And you can use native ES6 imports. So if JavaScript is something that you do in Livewire and you feel like it was maybe a little too sandboxy before, now it's just like straight, raw, pure JavaScript. Okay, so the last thing about these multi-file components that I love, what I realized is I don't hate multiple files. I love co-location. When I'm working on a thing, I just want to know where to look to work to like at all the stuff that's related to that thing. This is Caleb's single responsibility principle. A single responsibility should be in a single place, like not spread all over your code base. So I think this makes me happy and still gives us that multi-file thing. Along those lines of co-location is putting your tests in these components directly. And if you've not done this, or if this feels bad to you, it's one of those things you'll love because you're often like working on a page and you just want all the tests right there. So we have that. And it uses Livewire's testing stuff by default. It uses pest. It works great. So Nuno and I are like swapping talk. So I looked at pest, he looked at Livewire like last week. And he shows me pest, and I'm obviously, I mean, his talk was insane. Like, we're all just gonna use that now, right? Like pest 4 for everything, right? Pest 4 and Nuno's talk, that was legendary. So I see this and I'm like, this is insane, this is totally gonna smash, I'm gonna use it. But how do we make this really awesome with Livewire? And Nuno goes, he's like, dude, give me, like, that's my Nuno impression. It's just one word, you can use it, it's just, dude. And he's like, give me 3 hours, man. And he goes away to class, this is like 5 days ago. And he goes away and he does it, and I didn't have to do anything. So the clap is for Nuno, not me. Livewire visit counter, and you can do all your browser stuff just with normal pest 4. That just ran a headless browser. Yeah, right there. It's like the easiest thing in the world. I'm gonna throw on that debug because you gotta touch it to really, So yeah, so that's that. Totally headless. Oh, I mean that had a head, but so beautiful. Love it so much. And Nuno last week, maybe like 3 days ago, I don't know if Nuno's even Nuno, a few days ago, yeah, he's like, dude, don't Composer update. He's like, literally before your talk. So I literally have not been able to touch Composer, but we're locked in. So that's great, super stoked about it. That's a new pitch. This is not set in stone. Obviously this lightning bolt emoji, I'm the only one who likes it, but we're gonna figure out something for the community that everybody feels good about so we can move forward in a unified way. Let's get into the good stuff that everybody will love. Okay, getters and setters in PHP 8.4. So I don't know if you guys have seen this. Who's seen the property getter setter hooks, like property hooks in 8.4? Yeah, they're awesome. And I saw them, like you see them kind of fly by the RFC and you go, someday maybe I can use that. But I'm working on this talk and turns out they're actually sick, and they changed the way that you work on your Livewire components, because Livewire components are all about the properties. That's your state. So check this out. I have a counter, it's the same thing, count, right? But here I can go up and down, and that's bad for whatever reason I'll make up. We don't want to go into negative, okay? How would you do this in Livewire? Maybe an updating hook, we have those. You could add an updating hook, watch for that property, intercept it and do whatever you want. But now we basically don't need updating hooks before. Check this out. Set, yep, arrow, max 1 value. And now just absorb this for a second. Let me zoom in, just kind of sit with it. If you haven't seen this, this is pure PHP. I didn't do any of this, okay? There's a short syntax and a long syntax. The short syntax, great. Value is kind of magical. It just is the value that's about to be set. So we got that, and refresh, and now we go up, but we can't go down. And we didn't have to do anything. And it's like at the PHP level. Like, those are my favorite things, that a new feature, a new way of doing something that solves problems, but I don't have to add a new feature and an API and a piece of documentation for. All right, second favorite is getters. You can have pure getters. This is my new favorite way to get properties into my blade views. You just make a pure getter for it and then reference it. So let's make multiple, and this is gonna get, and the great thing about getters is you can access other state. So we'll say this count times 5, and then in here we say, we'll show times 5 and then the multiple. We reload this, and now we have a multiple. This could replace computed properties, but to the eagle-eyed, computed properties memoize the call for the duration of the request. But you can use spotsies once. We could add a helper, that does something that's like, if you do an expensive database call here, you're ensured that it's only gonna ever get called once. So that's cool. Let's combine them together for caching. So take a look at this. This is count 1, but we're intercepting the get, and we're saying prioritize from the cache. This is just Laravel helpers, nothing else. And then intercept the set and put that in the cache. Keep that max 1, like we can still keep that in line. And now I upgrade that, and I start hitting refresh, and bada bing, it just keeps. And I think that's super cool. There's ways we could do this currently with attributes, like we could do cache or something, but the hurdle with attributes is you can't do like runtime code. So if I say key, you can't do like auth ID, like that's impossible. So this is a way that we can still have something elegant that feels good, but access runtime code. All right, so that's, that's property stuff. There's one real random like cool thing that I think that probably 0 people know about in this audience. One person knows. This is asymmetric property scope. You can do this where you say this property is public to get, but you protect the set. So you could view it, but then you can't mutate it. It'll say cannot modify protected set property. So like this replaces the locked attribute. I don't know. I was just excited about all of these new PHP 8.4 features that I'm going to use in my components. So give it up for the PHP crew, okay? Yeah. All right, let me show you another little kind of paper cut thing. Loading indicators in Livewire. So right now, if you want to show a loading indicator, we have wire loading, which I already think is good. Like it's a really easy way to just show an element when a network request is out. But you get into a little bit of trouble when you try to associate it with a very specific action, with specific action parameters. And I've been trying to dream up like a new way, something that could be, that I could use in Flux, honestly. And let me show it to you. So take a look at this. I'm going to look at the source for this button. Here's button wire click save. Okay, you see that? Got that? All right, watch that source code. I'm going to click save. And in Livewire 4, any element that triggers a network round trip from a human will receive a data-loading attribute for the duration of that request. And what this means is now you can do whatever you want with that. And Tailwind 4 has all of these really nice features for working with this pattern. So watch this. If I want to make this button transparent while the request is out, I would say class equals data-loading. You can just do this like straight in Tailwind. It detects the data thing. Data-loading, opacity 50, okay? Now, let's zoom in on that. We do that, and then it's opacity 50 while the network is out. And this is also awesome because if you make components, if you make like a button component, you have to do a lot of like, are they passing a wire click in, and what's the value of that? And we'll add, you know, this is just, your components can be totally agnostic of anything. Just a little bit of Tailwind inline, and you get a bunch of stuff. Another cool thing about it is, let's say inside of this element, you want to do like this icon loading I want to show. I can say in data loading, what did we want? Block, yeah. So in data loading block, and now it's going to show if it's in data loading, and this is just built into Tailwind. We can take it even, you ever run into this where you have something where you go, I got to make it hidden by default, and then I have to block it, and it just feels like the opposite of good. It's like you want it to be just hidden because you might, it's like, oh, you also add flex, and then you get tripped up because now you're making it block. Anyway, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I talking to, okay, a couple people know, that's cool. Well, this is really cool. You could say not in data loading hidden, and this is all valid Tailwind, and now that'll happen. And then the inverse of it is also available, where you could say like, if this element has data loading inside of it, then make the whole thing like opacity 0 and transition opacity or something, and you can get like really kind of sophisticated, weird experiences that make no sense. And here is actually something that wasn't possible before in Livewire, and now is, if you have two elements that fire the exact same action, before we didn't really have a way to differentiate those two loading states. Now it's associated with the element. You can't even see it. But just assume you saw it and you're excited about it. So that fixes a problem that I've had. The doubles, anybody encountered that in Livewire, a double loading indicator, where like 10 buttons start loading because they all say the same thing? Yeah, this solves that. So I'm excited about that. Let's keep going. One more kind of goodie here. Livewire is missing slots, right? Like since day one. And that's been a super highly wanted and requested feature for a long time. And I don't know how else to dress it up, but we got them. So Livewire modal. I guess before I do that, let me back that out. We got a form. I should set this up. You got a form, you save it, you get some validation message, right? You want to put it inside a modal. So now you can do that. Livewire modal, okay? So now it's inside a modal. Everything works as you would expect. You can still make requests. And if you look at the modal source, it's, again, this is nothing, like this is exactly how you would expect it to work. It's just echo slot, just like a Blade component. We also have attribute forwarding now for your Livewire components. So you could just pass in like a class or something, and it'll forward those attributes. Yeah, so that's modals. It seems like this should be an easy thing to do, but honestly, it's one of the hardest parts about building Livewire 4, because there's all, like, if you think about it, a Livewire component is its own little isolated unit that goes back to the server. So if one component passes a part of itself into another component, when that component re-renders, what happens? Does it bring that slot over? And when the parent re-renders, there's all these questions, but we thought really hard about it, and we solved it the right way and the cool way. And we added these HTML markers also so that we know, like, hey, wire submit save belongs to this other component, not the one that has the slot. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but we did that and we're excited. And one other kind of missing piece when we were working on this is we have the modal, but let's say after you save the form, so like right here, it validates and then we fill it out and we hit save, but you want to close the modal. So how would you do this? You would I would dispatch a close event, and then the modal would listen for the close event globally or something. But then you run into weird things where like multiple modals are reacting to one close event. It's like you want to talk directly to a child, and you know that child. So we have this, wire ref modal. We have refs in Livewire now. And then you could do something like dispatch close to the ref modal. So now when you fill this thing out like this, fill it out, and it closes, right? Because it hit dispatch and then it did it to the ref. So there you go. That's refs, that's slots, that's attributes. What do you think? Yeah, gotta have them. Gotta have them. Okay, that's the part of the talk of all the new stuff and the way you might use Livewire a little differently. This is the part of the talk where I address something. Livewire, people say, you know, my Livewire app is slow. And it's like, well, okay, well, what do you mean by that? And it's like, is it the database query inside the loop, inside the blade file, inside the app container callback in your Livewire component that's slow? Or is it something else? There's like so many ways that you could use and abuse Livewire. And if you don't know the ins and outs, you can like step on those rakes. And so my mission, my second mission here is like, so unify the component experience, but also make it so that, you know, Livewire's, the reason I love it is it's insanely fast to build stuff and fun and cool now to build stuff. But if you don't know the ins and outs, you might step on a rake or two and your app might be slow. So I want to make it so that it's just as fast to build stuff and then the thing you build is also really fast. So I made a dystopian page in Livewire 3. This is in a separate app on my machine, Livewire 3. It's basically broken. I tried to deploy all the worst practices I could think of. It's called Jank. So I already clicked it. You can't tell. Give it time. All right, let's just see how long that took to load. So that was 2.5 seconds. That's a bummer. It's a big data table. It has like a country select in each item. You could tell that, you know, I'm setting us up here for just way too many blade components. And there's something polling up here. And the thing that's polling is slow. And it's polling, and if I click something else while it's polling, nothing happens until the poll comes back, and then it happens. And then when it's finished, the poll comes back again and trips it up again. So the whole thing is basically blocked. Everything's blocked. It feels almost unusable. I click download. I don't even get a download. I wait. There it is. It's completely broken. We're going to fix it all. It's going to be great. Okay, the first thing to tackle here is the polling story. So Jess Archer used Livewire for Laravel Pulse, and she paired with me on it when she got to this point, and all of the like cards in Pulse that had those analytics, they're polling to refresh, because it's a really nice feature in Livewire. You add one little thing, and now your thing is live. But we wrote it kind of in a naive way. Like, the poll is just like any other request in a Livewire component. And Livewire component requests are on a bus. They happen in serial, one after the other in series, one after the other so that we don't end up with divergent states, you know? But a poll is like a background request. There's no reason it should hold anything up. So let me open up polling, boom, add that wire poll, .4 seconds, refresh this page. So now in Livewire 4, this is going to go dark for a second, and I'm going to click this button, and it happens right away. Let's look at the network tab and see what happened here. So the poll is out, ready? Oh, not JavaScript requests. Let's wait for another poll to go out. Now I'm gonna hit another action, and it just canceled the request. So in Livewire, we rewrote the request system to prioritize human-initiated inputs. If a human did something, we go, forget everything else. The human just did something. Make it happen right away so that you don't end up in these blocked states. Polling. Okay, so that's Livewire is slow number 1. Livewire is slow number 2. This is actually Flux is slow. Wrote Flux, put it out. Everybody loves it. A few people said Flux is slow. And I went, oh no, what did I do? What did I put in those components? And I was like, well, it's an experiment. Let's rewrite them all, or just make them all Blade components. They're basically Blade components. It's still slow. But it's not really slow for me, but I get it. Like if I do the reproduction from the person that submitted it, it's a big page. It's kind of slow. So let's dig into it. Is it slow? Is a Blade component slow? So here's a Blade component called card. It's a Blade component that just accepts a simple slot. It renders a div. It does almost nothing. And I'm running it 25,000 times. And we're going to look at the time, and you're going to think, oh, that's a lot of time, but I'm never rendering 25,000 components. You are. I almost guarantee it. You'd be surprised. If you have a table with like 100 items or something, and each one has a modal with a form, with a button, with an icon, you know, it adds up so fast. So 25,000 Blade components rendered in a loop. Half a second, so 508 milliseconds to render that. It's like, ooh, that's slow. But Blade compiles, you know, when it compiles itself, it caches those compiled files. Because of course, like PHP can't run Blade, right? Like it has to compile itself into pure PHP. So let's run it again. And now Laravel has already done the work of compiling it. It's faster, but it's still pretty freaking slow. Like you want your request to be like 100 milliseconds. The server part, you want it to be even less. So this is like unacceptable. So I thought, okay, Blade components are slow. Why is that? I wonder, why are they slow? Maybe it's because they're all separate files, and including separate files is slow. Is that why? Well, let's just include that exact Blade file and run it 25,000 times. All right, so now it's 274 milliseconds, which is better, but it's still slow. It was like, well, let's just verify and make sure. Let's do a pure PHP require of that file 25,000 times. Holy crap, 26 milliseconds. So that's way faster. So it wasn't that. And let's just for fun, what's a div and an echo statement 25,000 times? 21 milliseconds. Okay, so what are the lessons here? The lessons for me are PHP is freaking fast at string concatenation. It was like born to take your HTML and like stitch it together with dynamic stuff. Like that's fast, right? Like somebody agree? Yes? Like that's pretty freaking fast. I mean, clap for PHP. So yeah, 21 milliseconds, right? And then the require statement, that kind of busted the myth of the files because of opcache. Your server has opcache, your local dev environment has opcache. It just basically makes it like almost no overhead to require a file, so that's gone. So what's all this? What's going on here? Well, let's look at the Blade compiler. So if I just take a div with an echo statement and compile it in Blade, running it through its total, compiler, this is what shows up. This is the PHP that gets executed. So it's super simple, and this is the thing that's fast. Now let's look at the thing that's slow and see what comes out. Okay, so there's a lot. Granted, right, there's a lot of stuff. You go, that's a lot of lines. This stuff's like free. But there are just a few things, like resolving the view, taking a view name, looking up in the app container, looking up all the things with your registered views and everything, and finding it. And then there's array merges, and like there's things. The Laravel team has done a lot to make it as fast as it can be. I tried to make it even faster, and it's like you can't really even do much to make it faster at that level. It's just kind of part of it. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. That's why it's slow. So that like, well, all right, what do we do? How do we make this faster? So I'm going to cut to the punchline, and then I'll explain about it. But I wrote a thing, it's called Blaze. This isn't a separate project in the sense that you're not going to start making Blaze components. I don't want you to really even have to think about it. You just include it, maybe you opt into it, we got to figure some of that out. But you add Blaze in your project, and it sits right in front of Blade. And it goes, hey, Blade's about to compile this thing, can I optimize it? And it does some stuff. So I just included Blaze. Now I'm going to run that 25,000 Blade components. It's still running the Blade components, and it's 19 milliseconds. It's even faster, which is just because of machine noise. It's the exact same. So let me show you now, if we compile this Blade component, what shows up in Blade's compiled view with Blaze installed. So we've actually just gone back to the pure thing. So this is a technique called code folding. Like we could have used aggressive caching, but then you have all the caching problems. The cache is going to get huge. It's a whole thing. Code folding is a technique where you look at a template, you identify parts of it that aren't ever going to change in production. Like that card, that div's never changing. All your Tailwind classes that you pass in everywhere, those aren't changing. The thing that changes is your echo statements. So we basically look at the static parts and we go, we can actually render that at compile time. And then it just goes away. It's like vaporizing your blade components so that there's zero runtime overhead. This is a technique that a lot of frameworks already use in their component systems. It's called code folding. And I add this little note here that goes, hey, this file has a code folded component. Here's the source, and here's its file modified time. If they update the file, bust that cache, refold it. So I think this is a massive hack. Like, it massively speeds up pages, and I'm pretty pumped about it. And the internals is a whole other talk. It's a tokenized parser that makes an abstract syntax tree of your entire blade template, and it knows everything about everything and does a bunch of stuff. And I'll leave it at that. Yeah. So let's look at Blaze on a real page. So I'm going to load this Blaze page. Let's actually look at the Blaze page first. So Blaze, Blaze. Yeah, oh, I didn't mention this. It's not even a Livewire component. This is just Blade. So this will help Blade too, and Flux, and anything that uses Blade. That page is literally route view. Like, I didn't even use Livewire. So this is the route view blaze.php, and you look at it. This is what I'm about to show you load. And it's just a bunch of Blade components that are mostly static and occasionally have something inside of them. So let's run Blaze. Here we go. We run it. Okay, this is not Blaze. This is running Blaze without Blaze. And we look at X, or whatever this thing is called, debug bar. And we got 1.6 seconds, okay, for the page load. And we have 29,000 views. I include Blaze. I refresh the page. And now when I look at it, it's 131 milliseconds for that entire page. And it's 100 Blade views. Yeah, so I'm so stoked about this because I believe so much in Flux that it's the best way to make apps. And it's just, that's my mission, is make this thing that's soup to nuts. You can trust that your app is going to be well designed and accessible and everything, but it has to be fast. And this was standing in my way. If your apps built in Flux are going to be slow because of a big data table, that's not okay. So Blaze is the solution to that. You sprinkle it in, and it just, it makes it fast. It's pretty great. Okay, so that's number 2 when we're talking about making Livewire faster. Number 3, and finally, is Islands. So Islands is a new feature I'm pretty stoked about. Let's take a look at this page. This page combines, the other pages. We have the data table down here, and we have the analytics up here. It's pretty much the same setup as the dystopian jank page that you saw before. And this is using Livewire 4 now. And it's pretty fine. It's fast because it's got Blaze and everything. We render the revenue chart up here, and then we render the table below and put them all in a loop. And we have basic getters for the data, okay? The one thing you should know is that account revenue takes a full second. I just have a sleep in there for a second so that it simulates like a slow database query, okay? So if I hit generate right now, how long is this going to take? A second, because it has to re-render the whole page and get that stuff out of the database. So I hit generate, and now that generate thing that really didn't have to get all the data from up here, it did, because it generated the thing and it re-rendered everything. And now a download also takes a full second. Everything is held up. There's a bottleneck on this page, and it's this expensive revenue part. Now, there are ways to address this right now, like in Livewire. Any of you using Livewire, you probably know this and do this. There's an expensive part of this page. I'll isolate it into its own subcomponent. But then you're accepting a bunch of trade-offs, like passing props and listening to events and things like that, right? So I wanted all the benefit of that technique with none of the trade-offs. So check this out. I say island, end island, and I must indent this. And now we've taken an expensive part of our template, we put it on an island, and it doesn't interfere with the rest of the component. So I can refresh, and that still takes a second, but now I hit generate, and it's instant. And I hit download, and it happens right away, because it's just ignoring the island entirely. Yeah, so that's islands. And I just love that API. Like, this is island. Like, we could just stop here for islands, and it would still be really valuable. It's this very simple little thing, but it's powerful. It's not faking anything. It's taking that part of your Blade template and extracting it so that that's truly the only thing that gets run. So when that island is run, Like this button inside here, we're like intelligent about it. We're going, this button is inside the island. He clicked a button in the island, we re-render just the island. You don't have to target it and such. So that's great, islands are great, but they still hold up the page load because by default, you're rendering the entire page at once. So if I run this page, it still takes that full second to load. But of course, just like a nested component, you could say lazy true. And now, whoops, is that, yep, okay. Now I refresh and it loads instantly, and then it comes in after the page load. But that looked horrible because it's like janky and there's no placeholder, so we add a placeholder. At placeholder, revenue placeholder, a little blade component, just inline, you could put whatever you want here, any divs, anything. And now you get a beautiful little skeleton loader, and then it comes in, and it's just really nice, yeah. Nice. Let's keep going with islands. You can pull them. This is something that I was taking, did anybody see the Primeagen stream where Taylor went to the Primeagen and they streamed? No, it was an awesome stream. You should have seen it. Come on. But I was taking notes the whole time, and one of the things that they thought you could do is put wire pull on a single element, and it would somehow like just re-pull that element, and that's really not how it works, but now this is that. You can pull an island, and it will only pull itself. So we'll just add some polling in there so that we're maxing it out here. Okay, so that's islands in a nutshell. When you use them for extracting expensive parts of your template, we can push them a little bit farther and do something that was previously impossible in Livewire. So here's a bunch of results and a load more button, okay? I'm gonna put all those results on their own island. So add island, and then end island right here, okay? And we're gonna give this island a name. We're gonna call it reports. And now this button, I'm gonna associate with that island. Because you think about it, the button's outside the island, so you have to say, hey button, you belong to the island. When somebody clicks you, re-render that island. So I'm gonna say wire island reports, okay? So now we got the reports island right here, and then we're targeting it right here. A lot to take in, but it's gonna be sweet. We got wire click paginator next page. You haven't even seen paginator. This is in Livewire 4. It's a little Alpine helper that you can just access the paginator instance and manipulate it. So right now, as it is, just take this in. I hit load more, and it's advancing the next page of the paginator. This is just basically a next page button at this point, okay? Where it gets really awesome is if we change the render mode of an island. Islands by default are replacing themselves every time there's a new island request. But you can actually change that mode and say when this button is clicked, go advance the next page, but append the results instead of replacing them. And now you get an actual true load more button that only fetched the exact amounts out of the database it needed to. It only rendered the exact amount of blade that it needed to, sent that amount over the wire, and patched it into the DOM. So it's as performant as you could possibly make this. It's not getting worse and worse as you load more and more. Does that make sense? You could prepend. So if you need infinite pagination up, like ChatGPT or something, you could prepend results as well. We also have crazy stuff that I have no time to even demo, like preserve scroll when you're prepending up so it doesn't jank your page, like really fun stuff. But let me do one more little thing for you, and I think this is the last thing, is just, click, that's lame, right? Come on, 2025. No, not intercept, intersect. Wire intersect instead of click, and now, using intersection observer, you have infinite pagination. Yeah. And it's just so easy. Like, it feels like this really basic primitive that when you learn the basics, you can mix and match and change its rendering mode, target a different island. Remember that whole demo where I was showing you all the benchmarking of the blade stuff? Those are all islands. It's just one component, and all those pieces are islands, so I could easily isolate that thing and just measure that. So you're gonna love islands, and what it gives us between islands and Blaze and the polling stuff, now we have a page that loads instantly, stays hyper-reactive always, even when there's a poll. There, you can hit download any of these, everything just stays super reactive. It renders like 10 times faster. It's just everything I want. It's fast, it's reactive, and we didn't have to actually add much because we got a lot of it for free. So this is Livewire 4, basically. What do you think? We like Livewire 4. Yeah, so that's it. Huge shout out to Josh Hanley and Hugo. Josh Hanley's my man. He works for Livewire full time now. So he's been working on Livewire 4 full-time with me. It's going to happen a lot faster because of that. And you probably already know him. He's so helpful. He helps you on GitHub. He helps you in the Flux issues. He goes through Flux issues and email support every day. So Livewire finally is feels like a nice, responsible business that replies to people and fixes stuff. Thanks, Josh Hanley. And yeah, give it up for Josh. He's the man. I wish he could be here. And then my man Hugo, he hooked me up with some nice slide design. I just design things that are bad. I send them to Hugo, and it forces him to design them better. But he's the man. Everything in Flux looks beautiful because of Hugo. So he's that second piece of the puzzle. So huge thanks to these guys, and thanks to you guys. Appreciate it.
Leave it. All right. Well done.
Yeah, thanks,
good
man.
job.
There you go.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
All right, very quickly, what's your favorite new feature to use as a user, and what was your least favorite one to write as an author?
Oh, Islands all day. Best feature. Love
Best
it so
feature.
much. You
Okay.
can do, it's like Legos. You can nest them. You can do crazy stuff. What was the second question?
The least favorite one is the author that you had to write. What was
Oh,
your
well,
worst one to
hard
implement?
things are really fun. So the Blaze stuff was insane, and I burnt like a month and a half on it easily. And I chased my tail. And getting it, I got it to kind of work, and then I installed it in the Flux app, and then getting that to not break was like a whole other journey. So, but yeah, we'll say that. We'll say Blaze.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it works.
Cool.
Everybody, give it up for
All right.
Caleb.
Thanks, guys.
Good job. We're going to push things just a little bit. We're running just a little bit behind, but we are going to have a break right now. After this break, the expo hall across the way will close. So if there's somebody you want to talk to, please go do that. And this is, I think, also the last time to go get your artisan jacket from the merch store and get your badge or your patch pressed on. And all of the profits from that goes back to organizing meetups in the community. And so all of that is going to go back into the community. So y'all go check those out. We have 20 minutes. Be back here at 3:35. See you in a bit. Y'all make your way back. If you're in the mezzanine, y'all come on back in. All right. We still got a couple of great talks coming up. This next one is going to be highly technical and very, very helpful. So our next speaker is Rissa. Rissa and I have been friends for years, but I saw her speak at a different conference recently. It was called the Commit Your Code conference, and she was giving this, deep technical talk. And one of the tools she mentioned was just Z, and it was this easy way to navigate around to all your projects. And I took that talk, and I've been using Z ever since. Rissa is like a workflow genius, and she's going to talk to us about Git Interactive Rebase. We already got a fan, yeah. Rissa, this is not her first time on the Laracon stage. She is one of only a few people to complete the Laracon Grand Slam, which means she spoke at Laracon US, EU, India, and Australia all in a single year. So she is an old pro at this, and she's going to do a great job. Please welcome to the stage, Rissa Jackson.
Good.
Thank you. Hello. It's really wonderful to be back at Laracon, seeing so many familiar faces and new faces. It means a lot to me to be part of this community. It's a really lovely, welcoming community, so I'm so grateful for all of you. I'm Rissa Jackson, and I'm here to talk to you today about Git Interactive Rebase, and specifically to answer the question, is there any problem Git Interactive Rebase can't solve? Yes. Thank you so much. This has been the fastest talk that has happened on Laracon, and I'm going to help them get back on time. So yeah, send me your feedback and your questions. Thanks so much. But the timer says I have some time, so maybe I should talk about what problems it can solve. But before we get into Git Interactive Rebase, we need to set the stage. We need to talk about branches. We need to talk about merge, rebase, what they mean, so that we can all be on the same page together when we get to Interactive Rebase. So we have our beautiful main branch. It has all our code. And you've been asked to do a small little feature. So you make a little feature branch off of main, and you've added some commits to it. And while you're doing that, your coworkers have added some commits as well. So what we have right now is a deviation between your branch and the main branch. So how do we bring this back together? We have a couple of options, and one of them is merge. So to understand merge, what we've done here is we've added some new commits, and we want to make our feature branch up to date with what is in the main branch, with the new changes that your coworkers have been doing. And so one way we can do that is we can do a merge commit. And that last commit with the star-looking thing in it, that's the merge commit. It's bringing together the main branch changes since you made your branch and your changes, putting them together. So merge is one tool we can use, but what about rebase? Rebase is another really cool tool. It's a powerful tool. What it does is it rewrites Git history. So instead of doing this merge commit where you try to show the new changes from main and your changes and put them together, instead you're rewriting Git history. So you put your changes at the end of the main changes, and you have this really clean line from beginning to end of your changes. And for some people, that's a really fantastic way to solve problems. There's a lot of people who kind of pick camps. They're the rebase camp or the merge camp. I'm not either camp. I think both are really cool tools, and they have their uses. It's good to think about how they can be effective and use that tool when it's the right time to use it. So let's talk about some gotchas you can have with rebase. Like I said, rebase is powerful, and it is rewriting Git history. So one way this can go wrong is if you're working on a feature branch and you have a couple of coworkers who also want to work on that feature branch and throw some commits in there, they're making some quick changes, or maybe you didn't even know they made some changes. They just saw something and ran in there and made a quick update. If you did a rebase and you force push that, you're going to rewrite Git history, not just for you, but for them. And so this is one of our tricky situations. Merge will not do that. So that's one time where maybe you want to think about a merge commit. But I don't want you to be too scared of rebase. You can be a little scared, but not too scared. We have some great get out of jail free cards with rebase, and we're going to look at those later. So now that we've set the stage for what rebase is a little bit, rewriting Git history, let's look at Git Interactive Rebase. And if I do Git Interactive Rebase, I get this really great palette with the list of commands that I can work with. And I don't know about you all, but when I see a large amount of text, my eyes just glaze over. So don't worry about trying to read all of this. We're going to break some of this down into manageable chunks. But one thing I really love about Git Interactive Rebase is how visual it is. I'm a visual person, and so I love having it tell me exactly what I can do and what it does. One of the first things you can do with Git Interactive Rebase is maybe you've made a lot of commits and you realize you don't want this one commit. It was like something you were trying out and it didn't quite work, so you can use drop. Now I want to make sure you understand this is destructive. So don't use this if you're just trying to get your work back into staging. This will get rid of it. So I have a git log that I've done, a couple of commits, and one of these commits is unnecessary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that long hash right after the word commit, and I'm going to do git rebase -i, paste that long hash, and I'm going to do a little tilde at the end, because if I just put the hash, it's all the commits up until that one. It won't include it. Now, of course, I could just go one commit further and grab that, but I like to go the tilde route. Do whichever one you want. I do want to point out, I don't have to put the whole commit hash. I could put maybe those first 7 characters that are highlighted a little bit. The ones that you see next to pick, that's the same. I could do that, or I could even do less than 7. But if there's other commits that overlap, it might get a little tricky. So the way I avoid that, just copy and paste that whole hash, and I never have to worry about that. All right, so I'm a Vim user, by the way. I like to, thank you for the few Vim users. I like to use it in the terminal. And so I'm going to talk about how I do Git Interactive Rebase with Vim in the terminal. And if you don't care about Vim, ignore this part. But before it said pick, I'll just go back so you can look at it. Pick. Now I'm going to do CW, or change word. That gets rid of that word pick, and it puts me in insert mode. And then I put drop, and then I escape, :WQ, right quick. So now you all know how to get out of Vim mode. All right, so now this is my git log, and that commit's gone. Great, super easy. All right, maybe you have some experience with git commit --amend. That's a really great tool to use. It allows you to edit your last commit or edit the commit message, but it's the last commit. So if I want something like that, but I want to go further back because I added a couple other commits, then I need to use Git Rebase Interactive, and I can use reword or edit. These are almost the same with one key difference. So reword, all it does, edit the commit message. If that's all you want to do, reach for reword. Edit allows me not only to change the commit message, but I can edit the commit itself, the work involved in it. You really want to be careful with edit, because that can really cause some merge conflicts if you're not careful. Now, these are some of my favorite ones. These ones are really cool, and why I think Git Interactive Rebase is super powerful. So we have squash and fix-up. Just like reword and edit, they're very similar with one key difference. So squash will take a couple of commits, maybe a child and a parent commit, and it will meld the child into the parent commit, push them together. It will use both commit messages, though. It'll make a new commit with both messages. On the other hand, you can use fix-up. It does the same thing, melds the child commit into the parent commit, but it only keeps the parent commit's message. So if you don't want to go and have 2 commit messages or 3 or 4, fix-up is really nice for that. So here's a squash example. This is a commit that's already been squashed. So you can see that it has 2 commit message. Here's a squash commit. Here's another squash commit, but they have 1 hash. So fix-up, we have a cleanup and a cleanup again. I'm sure all of us have done something like that and realized, oh, I forgot something. So I would take the parent commit hash, the cleanup one, and I would do just like we did before, git rebase -i, commit hash, and I would need to put, very importantly, the fix-up on the child commit. I'll show you later what it looks like if you don't do this. It's not the end of the world, but it just won't work. So I put fix-up on cleanup again. I do the CW to do that, and then I escape, right quit, get out of vim mode, and here is a new commit with a new commit hash, and it just says cleanup. All right, what if things have gone wrong? So this is what it looks like if you tried to put fix-up on the parent commit. You're going to get an error message. Don't worry, we have some options. Our best emergency exit is git rebase -- abort. Anytime I'm not quite sure what's going on, anytime I'm worried, just throw that out there. You can start your rebase again. It's no big deal. Remember, this is your best friend. But after we've done all this rebasing, we have to push at the end. And if you push and you don't put a force, it's going to error. It's not going to let you do that. So we're going to have to do a git push -- force. But forcing is scary. Like I said, that one situation where things can go wrong with working with rebase. You know, you force push and rewrite all your coworkers' history. That's a problem. So I've got another option for you. This is Canadian force. It's like knocking on the door and saying, sorry, can I like push this through, please? Is that okay? Is there any problems here? And if there's other things going on, shenanigans on that branch, force with lease is not going to work. So this is your get out of jail free card number 2. All right, this is bringing back memories for me. I gave this talk at Laracon online, and it was my first talk. It was very nerve-wracking. And I had done this recording of what this looked like so I didn't have to do this live on stage, or not on stage, it was online, but didn't have to do it live and then potentially mess up. But this messed up. It did not start at its beginning. I did so many dry runs and it worked perfectly except for live, which of course, that's how it goes. And so instead of panicking, well, I panicked a little, but after panicking, I switched over to my terminal and I did Git Interactive Rebase live for everyone, and people really loved it, so I'm going to do that again. This time on purpose. So let's get into our demo. Let me go ahead and clear. Let me make this a little bit bigger. OK, so let's do before we get started with Rebase, we need to do a git status just to make sure everything's clean. Oh, I have some work that I didn't commit, so I need to make sure I do that. So as a terminal person, one thing I really like is that it? Yeah, I meant that. I usually use aliases, but I thought that would be a little confusing to follow, so forgive me for being a little bit slow with actually typing it out. Ugh, typing things out, who does that? So I have a bit of work in this post model, And oh, silly me, I put a empty guarded, and an empty guarded means that nothing is guarded. But then there's an empty fillable, which means nothing can be filled. That's not really right. So let's get rid of that. So I'm going to say, let's see. I'm going to comment that out. Let's do this again. Now that it's commented out, actually no, let me just get rid of it. Always happens, something on stage. Okay, so I've gotten rid of that extra empty fillable, and I need to use this really cool tool, Git Add Patch, to stage it. All you need to think about is the Y is yes, the N is no, and the Q is quit. So ignore those other letters. We don't care about that. And we're going to git commit -m, and we'll just say clean this up. Great. So now that we have staging good, we have our logs that we can look at. So we have a couple of commits. We have a whip commit. We have all done that. We have cleanup. We have cleanup again. We have a delete me. So let's go really quickly. And I'm going to, oh, I need to get that hash. Let's do the delete really fast. So I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to do git rebase -i with the hash and the tilde. That's important. So from here, I'm going to do that CW. And I'm going to do drop escape :WQ. And then it's rebased. We can do git log. And oh, there we go. It's gone. So easy. So now, let's do our slightly more complicated one. We're going to do our cleanup and cleanup again with a fix-up. This one's a little bit harder, so let's hope that I do this correctly. So I'm going to do git rebase -i hash tilde. All right, so I'm going to want to put these into this parent one. So let's see. Let's do fix up. Actually, yeah, fix up. Fix up. :WQ. We got to save our work right quick. And then I can do a git log. And we can see that cleanup this work is gone. It's been mushed together with the cleanup again. We have our new hash. And it's just a much cleaner path. And I'd probably do the other one as well. So there's just one. All right, let's look at pushing this work. So like I said, that's not going to work. We're going to have to force. So don't worry. We're going to do git push --force with lease. Ah, yes. And it worked. All right. So that is a live demo of Git Interactive Rebase. We'll just move back to the slides to end. All right. So I'm going to go over this really fast. I'm almost out of time. But there's so many powerful, cool things that Git can do. So if you're intimidated, open up a side project, play around with this stuff. And then whatever wrong things you do won't matter. And then maybe check out Git work trees, which Alex talked about this morning, Git bisect, Git grep, so much more. I'm Marissa Jackson. Thank you so much for learning about Git Interactive Rebase with me. This is a link to my Pinkery, so if you want to follow me or connect with me or give me questions, I'd love to hear it. And if you're hiring, shoot me a message.
Great job. Here is your artisan jacket. And if you need a reference for Rissa, my name is Aaron Francis. You can call me. I will gladly be her reference. Rissa, what is your opinion on, so all of that seems very, very helpful for going back into history and fixing things. So what is your opinion on the whip commits, the clean history, the atomic commits? Like, where do you fall on what is that supposed to look like, that history?
Well, I mean, there's options, right? Like some people squash everything, and so all those individual commits don't really matter once the PR is merged. But I personally love Git Interactive Rebase, especially for the PR, for the reviewer, to have this clean history of this is what I did, this is what story I'm trying to tell you as a reviewer. And if you're not squashing all those commits, it's great for me in the future when I look back at my old work and I'm like, what the heck was I doing here?
Okay, well, amazing as always. Good job. Everybody give it up for Rissa.
Thank you.
Good job.
Can we do a selfie on stage?
I would love that. That would be great.
Let's get the audience involved.
I would love that. Can we get the house lights? Everybody smile, you're gonna get tagged.
3, 2, 1.
All right, y'all give it up for Rissa.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rissa. Okay, just a couple quick announcements. We're gonna do that reception again in here from 5 to 6. It'll be in here. The pavilion across the way will be closed. That other building will be closed, but we'll all be in here. So from 5 to 6, we can do that in here. And if you are a community bundle ticket holder and you didn't get your swag bag yet, you should go do that. Go get that at the merch store. If you are a community bundle ticket holder, go get that. Okay. Up next, we have a friend of mine. We've got Will King coming up next. Yes, thank you, somebody out there. Will King is coming up next. He is a design engineer at Crunchy Data, which I guess is now Snowflake, I think. So he is a design engineer at Snowflake. He is the co-host of a new podcast called Riff and Refine, which is very good, with our dear friend Josh Siri. So give that a listen on Friday afternoons. And listen, did we save the best for last? Yeah, I'm gonna say that because Will's about to come out. And listen, I need a lot of energy because his talk requires a little bit from the audience. So please welcome to the stage, Will King.
I love you too. Yes, all right. Welcome to my talk titled A Framework for Ambitious Projects. At least that's what it used to be called until about 3 months ago. What happened 3 months ago? Great question, Michael. Thank you for asking. 3 months ago, I had a crazy idea. I had an idea to build an icebreaker game for attendees at a conference that I was going to called React Miami. All right, the kicker on that was that I came up with the idea only 1 week before the conference started. All right, so 1 week to build a full playable game, hopefully with some fun prizes for everyone to enjoy, which probably means that I picked a tech stack that I'd shipped to production thousands of times, right? Nope. All right, I chose Laravel. All right, yeah. Why? Well, probably because I was going to be on this stage, and I had never shipped a Laravel app to production before. Figured I probably should. And I've never been one to shy away from an ambitious project. But the real reason why I decided to go with a new framework on a timeline was because of you. Now, I have heard from all of you over and over and over how fast you can ship with Laravel. And I decided to put that to the test. And what happened over the next week changed my entire talk. In 2 days, I had a full working game shipped to Laravel Cloud. 2. Now, it wasn't perfect. I sent it to a couple friends. They found some bugs, obviously. We all know the true test of any new tech stack is how simple the debugging process went. Well, the bugs were fixed the next day. I had a little friendly help from the community, but with a day to spare, I was back in business. So, what did this project change about my talk? I said everything, right? All right, well, this talk is no longer a talk about some generic framework for ambitious projects. This is about the framework for ambitious projects. And for this conference, I decided, why don't we take it up a notch? I would like you to meet Laravel Roguelike. This device and everything that you are about to see has been built exclusively with Laravel, React, and Tailwind. Now, I know that it's been a long 2 days, a good 2 days, but I need you to help me with this part, all right? I'm gonna press this button right here, and when I press it, it's gonna start recording the audio of what is happening right now, all right? And I'm gonna count to 3, and I want all of you in the audience, as loud as you can, to yell out what your favorite code editor is, all right? Can we do that? All right, so I'm not sure how well my computer is going to pick up the audio. Let's be loud, and let's pay attention to what you're seeing on the screen, this little orb-looking thing. It's going to give us some feedback on how well everything's going. All right, we ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, that was pretty good. I was gonna make y'all do it a second time, but I don't think we need to. All right, so we have a recorded audio clip. Why don't we find out what happens when we press this button? Ooh, all right. What you are seeing, I did not expect that to happen right away. What you're seeing is a randomly generated dungeon level based off of the audio that we just recorded. That means it is one of a kind, and the enemies that you are seeing around are also randomly generated in number and where they're located. So if we went and recorded a different audio, you would get a completely different game level to play, a completely different number of enemies, and our job is to meander around here, find all of these enemies, and take them out, all right, before they take me out. However, I don't have time for that today, but why don't we go ahead and talk about how all of this is even possible? Well, I can tell you that when I started on that idea, I had no idea, okay? How do you even turn audio into a game level? Well, I went and took some time to chat with my friendly AI, and I figured it out, right? It's called procedural generation. Problem solved, right? Wrong, okay? These are just some of the algorithms that can be used for procedural generation. That's quite a few of them. Like, how do you pick? What's the right choice? Well, back again to my friend the LLM, and it helped me hone in on what I needed. You see, every single algorithm on this list has different characteristics and a feel for what you can see when you generate shapes and geography using them, the outputs. And I knew exactly what I wanted to be. It's a dungeon, pretty straightforward. Square walls, little rooms, corridors going between them. That meant that what I wanted was called a binary space partitioning tree, BSP for short. It fit the bill, great. I have an algorithm. Does anybody know what an algorithm is? Once again, I didn't. So I had to learn what that was, all right? And what a BSP tree does is this. This is how it works. You start with a predefined space, and then inside of that space, you define a safe area where you want to split it. That means, AKA, these little gray boxes on the outside, we don't want to split it there. The next step, I had to figure out where you would divide it inside of this safe area. I used a random number generator to pick from these coordinates, and boom, we have a randomly placed split in the safe area, okay? But if it's random, won't the split be somewhere different the next time we tried to generate this? Man, y'all have some good questions today. Yes. That means I need to introduce what is this beautiful PHP function, mt_srand. What a name, am I right? It takes a seed. Now, a seed is just another name for a number. And when you pass that same number, that seed, into this generator function, what you get is a list of random numbers when you call it, but they're always going to be in the same order. So it's random, but it's predictably random, if you will. Okay? So then we do that process again, and again, and again, until each split reaches the minimum threshold for what you've kind of defined. You get to play around with these values to kind of figure out what looks good. Put some rooms in there, also using our random number generator, connect them with some corridors. I'm obviously glossing over a lot of the details here, but at a high level, now you understand how a BSP tree with procedural generation works. Awesome. All right. But what does audio do? How does audio play a part in this? Thankfully, I kind of already knew how to record audio in the browser. But how do I select different audio inputs? How can I make sure it's going to work when I'm up here on this stage? How do I save that audio to a file? And most importantly, you remember those seed numbers that we need for the generator to work? How do we turn an audio file into just a single number? All of these are great questions. All of these I had to try and figure out, and here's what I landed on. We have our user, we have our device, and just like we did at some point, someone's going to randomly press that button, and it is going to start they're going to try speaking into it. All right, how do you capture that? The browser has this really neat function called Get User Media. And it is required to capture any media from an end user because it requires us to get permission from them. Now, you can get audio or video data, but by passing in this audio true flag, we're telling it we only want the audio. All right? It goes and asks the user, do you want to let them record you? They say yes. We get a data stream full of audio data. Now, the nice thing about this function is as long as that same user has called that function and given you permission before, the next time you call it, you just get the stream of data. We don't have to worry about the old song and dance of permissions. OK, we have a stream of audio data. Great. Guess what that does? Any guesses? Absolutely nothing. Isn't that great? A media stream on its own streams right into the abyss. You can't do anything with it, all right? But we need it to be saved. We need it in an audio file. We've got to turn that audio file into data. And for that, we need a very well-named web API called the media recorder. Pretty obvious, right? All right, the media recorder allows us to store the audio stream data somewhere so that we can access it when the recording's complete. So when the user finishes their recording, we pull the data out of the media recorder into a blob. And from there, a blob to a file is a pretty easy transition. And boom, we have an audio file. But that's not all we need. Remember, we need data. How else would I show you that particle orb thing that we did? Or get the seed values that we need for the generator we already talked about? Luckily, there is a web audio API that is built exactly for this. Now, there's this thing called the audio context. It is extremely interesting. There is so much packed in there for just manipulating audio and doing post-audio production. Y'all should go check it out, but we only needed one thing from it. It's called an analyzer. All right? The analyzer gives us access to the amplitude and the frequency as a uint8 array. Now try saying that 4 times fast. A uint8 array is just an array of integers that are always between 0 and 255. And the amplitude array represents how loud we were being. That means when we were yelling and the orb was moving, the further the particles were away from the center, it meant the louder we were being. And we also can capture the frequency data. But how do we turn this array of frequency data into some number we can use to generate our dungeon level, and one that we can use to generate random numbers of enemies and random placements? For that, for the dungeon one specifically, I used what is called an entropy calculation. Now, all this did was condense that array of data down to a single number using a measurement on how complex the data was. The higher the number, it meant that the more randomized and the more crazy our audio frequencies were. Now, the lower the number was, it would indicate that there was more pattern or structure to the audio. I would imagine whatever we just put into there probably fell onto the random and complex side of things. All right, now to get the value that we needed for enemy count, I used a different calculation. Like, why do the same one? That's not any fun. This one's called a mode calculation, and its job was to condense the frequency data into a single number, just like the other one. But the way this one worked was it found whatever the most common frequency was, and then it measured how close are all the other frequencies concentrated around that most common frequency. All right, we've got our dungeon generator. We've got our numbers to make it work. The final piece of the puzzle is called a game loop. The game loop is the engine that makes all the data that we just talked about, and we generated something fun and playable. And I could talk to you about this for the rest of this talk. In fact, 2 months ago, I actually did at another conference. So if this is something you're interested in, come find me after, or ask me on Twitter or whatever. There's a YouTube video. You can watch it there. Today, unfortunately, I have other things that I would like us to focus on before the end of this talk. So let's wrap this section up in a tidy bow before we move on. The reason that I think Laravel is the total package for any project no matter how ambitious, is this. Laravel is a mature ecosystem. There's over a decade of strong opinions about how a Laravel app should look. Now, Josh Seary and I had a chat with our buddy John O'Nolan, and he phrased this as its stability. And he's right. This is the foundation, a stable foundation, and the reason that I was able to ship my first Laravel app ever in 2 days was because of this. How I was able to fix the issue that I ran into immediately after was because of this. Every time that I had a question, there was an answer. Not 100 answers, let me be very clear. One answer. Now, coming from the JavaScript ecosystem, I cannot tell you what a breath of fresh air that was. There is not another community with the level of top-tier talent, super fun events across the world, and most importantly, a community as friendly as this one. I was here for a day. One day last year before the conference even started, and I've been in private messages and group chats with all the people that I made friends in that tiny, short period of time the entire year since. And it's the whole reason I wanted to come back this year. Now, and I've talked to, I think, maybe 4 or 5 people already who are not even Laravel developers who are here at this conference who had the same thing to say. They saw how great this community was online and said, hey, I want to spend time with them. Do you know what kind of superpower that is on the internet? It's a nasty place out there, but not the Laravel community. All right, this one was really a big thing for me. First Laravel app, getting started is a single command. I get to choose my favorite front end, but Laravel can get you started at the same place no matter what framework you're choosing. Not to mention the comprehensive batteries included catalog full of packages for when your app starts hitting the realities of building real businesses in software. Now, I know you all saw the keynote yesterday to know that with Forge and Cloud, this team has painstakingly crafted infrastructure built just for Laravel. Not to mention first-party observability with Nightwatch, and the rocket fuel on top of all this, AI. I didn't even know that Laravel Boost was a thing when I was writing this. Okay, do you know what makes for having an incredible experience with AI? Having a well-documented framework that's over a decade old. Do you want to know what else makes for an incredible experience with AI? The ability to use whatever popular framework that works seamlessly with inertia. All right, do you know what else makes an incredible experience with AI? I think y'all are gonna like this one. Having a community of smart, helpful folks when you're not having an incredible experience with AI. What my extremely short time building with Laravel has shown me is that from top to bottom, Laravel is undeniably the framework for ambitious projects. All right, at this point of the talk, you're probably like, who cares? Ambitious project this, ambitious project that, blah, blah, blah. Why does it matter? All right? Well, it's because I believe that the path from your present to the future that you actually want can be found through ambitious projects. Not to mention, it's way more fun that way. All right? Last month, let me just tell you a story. Last month, I flew out to San Francisco after my company got acquired. And I was riding in a car with a new coworker, and he kept talking about how convinced he was that leak code, although super lame, was the only thing that you had to be able to do to get a job in tech, that it was a requirement. Well, I mentioned that I'd never done a single leak code interview my entire career. And he just kind of looked at me and was like, how? So I took him down the path that landed me in the seat in the car right next to him. In 2014, while roaming the halls of the industrial design building that I took classes in, I noticed a paper flyer. It said, App Designer Wanted. Now, I'd always wanted to design an app, but 1, I was still a student, and 2, I was an industrial design student, not a graphic designer. But I went for it anyway, because I knew that this was something that I wanted. All right, a year later, 2015, I got my portfolio with the app project that I decided to do in there, and I'm walking around the job fair at Auburn University, and I run into Martha Underwood. She takes a look through my portfolio and spots the app project and says, hey, can you stick around after I'm done with this booth? I'd like to chat with you. And Martha went on to be my first web design client ever. All right, 6 years later, Martha's back, and she asks me if I would like to help design and build a startup that she had an idea for that she was working on. Now, at the time, I remember thinking, a whole MVP? I've got a full-time job, I've got a 2-year-old, and my wife, Allie, is pregnant with our second. Never being one to shy away from an ambitious project, I said yes, and I started working with a co-founder, a back-end engineer named Chris Winslet. All right, a year later, finishing up the work on that MVP, I get an email in my inbox. It's from Chris, and he said that he started a new role at a company called Crunchy Data, and he said that that he had another role that was open, and having worked with me the previous year, he knew that I was the perfect fit for this role. Then I turned to my coworker, and I said, 2025, Crunchy gets acquired by Snowflake. I end up in San Francisco in a car on my way to my boss's house with a new coworker. It took over a decade to end up in that car, to end up sharing this story on this stage with you about how being willing to bet on yourself can chart a path to a completely new future that you actually want. Still not convinced about the impact of ambitious projects? Forget about me. Look around you. This whole community is owed to one man and his ambitious project. All right? Now, at this point, I hope that you are sufficiently hyped up that you want to leave this conference and go start your own ambitious projects. All right? But I want to leave you with some reality, some personal lessons as you venture off into the unknown. 1, every expert starts as an explorer. Pursuing ambitious projects requires people willing to tackle things they don't even know yet. All right? Every explorer has to not only push themselves forward, but they also push their community forward. Explorers bring new ideas, new solutions, new energy, all because they are willing to take a step off the beaten path and try something new and see what else is out there. All right. We all love the feeling of cracking open a brand new code base. Work in progress commits are flying right and left until we hit a roadblock. And believe me, you're gonna hit them. Because ambitious projects aren't called ambitious for nothing. You lose momentum, and the excitement that you had at the start of every project begins to fade. Now, I've hit this friction point time and time again, and sometimes it definitely gets the best of me. But the times that I've pushed through are the times that I've felt the most fulfilled in the work that I do. All right, do not leave success up to chance. Now, yesterday, John said, I should have put this in my notes. John said, we don't have to like it, but it doesn't mean it's not true. It is your job to hold up a giant neon sign that says, this is what I like, and this is what I can do. It isn't fair, but this is how you have to find opportunity. You have to tell other people exactly what opportunities you're interested in and exactly what you're good at. But there's also a bonus benefit to this. People who have the same interests as you will find you. This helps combat the friction that we just talked about, because although friction does create fulfillment, friends do too. Don't be a grumpy old Scrooge, all right? We're living in a time where our ambitions can be bigger with the help of AI. Now, mine definitely are, and I think we should all be taking advantage of it. And I want to end with this point. You don't need to succeed to be successful. Now, this point sounds very counterintuitive, right? So I just want to share a little story from my past. In 2019, I started a podcast. It was about a programming language that I was really into at the time called Elm. And I did 1 season of this podcast. Now, 1 season, success was probably a lot more, right? Sponsorships, I'm a successful podcaster. That was not the case. It was 1 season. But the job that I had before Crunchy Data was all because of that podcast. The CTO of that company happened to stumble across it, and by listening to just the 1 season that I put myself on a limb out there to do, made him say, you know what? This Will guy thinks exactly the way I would like for this role. So, although your projects may not go the way that you think they are, ambitious projects can find success in ways you never expect. Now, as I wrap up, if there is one single thing that you get out of everything that I've been yapping about up here on this stage, it's this. I No one can be ambitious for you. If you're excited about something, don't just sit around on your hands waiting for somebody else to tell you to do it. Get out there, start building, and explore. Hold up that neon sign, and the future that you're excited about will come find you. My name's Will King. I'm a design engineer at Snowflake. You can find me at wking.dev or on Twitter at wking__. Or as Aaron mentioned, every Friday at 2:30 Eastern, me and my buddy Josh Sheary have a live show on YouTube. We call it Riff and Refine. It's a lot of fun. You should come hang out. And I can't get off this stage without talking about this, the most ambitious and fulfilling project of all. My lovely wife, Allie, and my 3 beautiful children. Now, the only thing I ask is that nobody tell my wife I said this, okay? Thank you.
Oh man, you're in big trouble. You're in big trouble. Okay, so first of all, in the speakers Telegram group, all the speakers are talking about how beautiful your slides are. They're furious because you have the most beautiful slides I have ever seen.
Well, if you're not a good speaker, at least make it look good, right?
Well, you've got both. So I guess here's my question. With that last slide in mind,
yes,
3 kids, family, full-time job. How do you, as you're thinking about evaluating a future ambitious project, how are we weighing these things? You said it doesn't have to succeed to be successful, so I imagine that plays a part.
Right.
But you're looking at these new projects and thinking, is this worth my time? What are your thought processes there?
Well, my thought processes in the past were yes.
Okay.
And that sometimes is not always the right choice, as I've learned recently. It gets harder the more times you say yes. You got to figure out how to say no. And it's very hard to evaluate, because as you could see through the story, it's not always obvious which ones are going to lead to success. So I think there's a certain amount of luck involved, but that's why I talk about not leaving it up to chance.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what you say yes to, you can still talk about it, you can still share it, and who knows what serendipity will arrive because you decided to talk about it. I think the decision factor is how much do I enjoy what I'm choosing to work on, because usually it's extra, and usually it's going to be hard. So if it's going to be extra and hard, I want it to at least be extra fun.
And so is that the thing that drives you through the parts that are hard because you don't know the success is inevitable?
Yeah, family.
Yeah.
You know, like I have an idea in mind for what I want for my family, and I know that life isn't just going to hand it to me. So if I want that future for my family, I'm going to find a way to push through to find it.
Well, I haven't cried yet on stage, so we got to get you out of
Okay,
here. Will
all right,
King.
sounds good, sounds good.
Y'all give it up
Thank
for
you.
Will King. I might make it through this whole year without crying.
Thanks,
that would
man.
be a
Thanks,
first.
man.
Okay. All right. We're getting close. Up next. Up next, we're going to have a community update from some of the Laravel team. Sam and Hank have been traveling the world, attending meetups, and helping the organizers, and they have learned a lot, have a lot of ideas, and they are here to give you all an update. So please welcome Hank and Sam.
This is embarrassing. Should one of us go change, or? All right, I guess we look good. Taylor's vision for Laravel, as you know, is to build the most productive and enjoyable developer ecosystem in the world. And we saw part of that is Tom's challenge to build a business in a way that makes that inevitable. But a foundational part is also to accelerate the growth of the community, and that's a bit of our challenge. So we have some updates and some new ways we're going to talk about. How is the community doing?
Well, the community has been busy, as you all can imagine. There are more Laravel developers than we've ever had before. Since January, we've merged 760 PRs to the Laravel framework, and an additional 800 PRs across all other open source packages and documentation. We acquired inertia this year, and that means that we've been regularly updating it. Now, more JavaScript front ends can get the backend updates they need from Laravel.
And we've had 230,000 installs of the VS Code extension.
And today, our partner JetBrains has made Laravel IDEA free for all PHP Storm users, which I think is really awesome.
Our support engineers have resolved 25,000 tickets since January this year. And the new starter kits have been used 381,000 times.
Wow. Now, at the foundation of it all, the framework since last Laracon US has grown 25% in terms of downloads. Anyone who says PHP is dead is just wrong. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So to support this, we have a couple ideas that we wanted to share, a couple things we're trying. And the team's been busy, as you've noticed and have heard. For example, this year, the DevRel team has published 50 YouTube videos, and in 3 weeks, they're going to publish 2 new courses, PHP Fundamentals and Laravel Bootcamp. Those will be on learn.laravel.com on August 21st. We're very excited about that. Now, Sam, you and I both have a sweet tooth,
Yep.
so we had to sneak in a story about a candy bar.
Yeah, I got a picture of a Kit Kat bar up here. So when Hank and I went to Laracon AU last November, someone came up to us and handed us some melon Kit Kat bars that he had brought from Japan. He said to us, "I brought these with me to help break the ice when meeting people because I have social anxiety. But then I got here and I realized, these are my people." So he gave us the melon Kit Kat bars and he went on with the conference. The people that you meet here at Laracon, Laravel Lives, and meetups, these are your people. I've been to now 4 Laracons and a Laravel Live in the last year. Every event has their own vibe, but the community is the same around the world. Everyone is energetic, friendly, and hungry to ship. At every single one of these events we go to, we find out about meetups that not even Taylor knows about. So with that, we're excited to announce community.laravel.com. On this webpage, you can find local meetups happening in your area. If you're already hosting a meetup, you can have it listed on here as well. And if you're thinking about hosting a meetup as well, Laravel offers support. Everyone listed on this site gets support from Laravel in the form of swag, food reimbursements, and sometimes we'll send speakers.
Yeah. I'm really excited we're doing this. Oh, sorry. I'm really excited we're directly supporting meetups now. A lot of these meetups were hard to find. They were all over the place, and it's just good to see this start growing more. I wanted to highlight a few people now, because, like Sam said, these are your people. So Harris has been running a meetup for 10 years in Athens, on top of his job at ULobby, and how many do they get? Like 100 people per meetup? Yep. To do that for 10 years is incredible. So thank you, Harris. I know you're here. Next, we wanted to highlight Uprod, who, when he heard us at Laracon EU in February that we were going to start supporting meetups directly, he volunteered to try it. He's already run 2. They're also getting about 100 people in Hungary together. And to me, that was the most amazing thing, that 100 people out of nowhere just started coming together, gathered around this. And I also wanted to mention that we've had a couple partners, volunteer to chip in. Most notably, Vonage has chipped in to support 20 meetups over the next year. So I wanted to thank them as well. But being an artisan isn't just going to meetups and doing meetup things. So we wanted to make sure to highlight someone who's just a day in, day out artisan, Sarah Bine. 10 years ago, she inherited a PHP app, and she's here. And it was a bit of a mess. So after some research, she found Laravel. And after she converted her app to Laravel, she's been an artisan ever since. She's also one of the only people in this room who's been to every Laracon since 2014. Very impressive. Now, these 3 are just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to publish their stories, but we want to hear more stories. Typically, marketers like us, frankly, we just want to go get the biggest logos and hear the biggest ROI stories. But as we were talking about it with Taylor, we thought we should always make a concerted effort to tell the stories of all of you. In this room, there's 1,000 stories, and so we want to try a little experiment. Taylor put some questions on a site, laravel.com/stories, And we'd love to get a video response, start hearing those stories, and sharing some of them out. So please go do that when you have a minute. It'd be greatly appreciated. We'd love to hear your story. That's about it from us today. There's so much more we could have covered that we probably should have covered. We don't want to take more time from the upcoming panel. And thanks for being so generous with us.
But we are going to take a little time from the upcoming panel, just a little bit.
Now we need to stop.
So what do you need from the community? It seems like the meetups are growing, everything is growing. Is there anything that you look at and you're like, we need more people to do this, or it would be awesome if they did that, or there are places where we need more organizers? Is there anything like that that comes to mind?
I mean, in some ways, we're almost afraid to ask for this stuff because the response is always overwhelming.
Well, too late now, I asked, so.
Indeed, and we do want it. We'll find a way. Yeah, I think doing these things and always trying to be, your normal, friendly selves to each other at these type of events and just engaging. I'll also say, one of the things, I want to talk about was those PRs. We know that Taylor's reviewing them all, but they're coming just from everybody. There's someone who's submitted a doc update. They're out in Egypt. They've submitted a doc update every day for the last 3 months, and they're good updates. They're getting merged.
Good for them.
That type of stuff is what makes this community unique.
So what I'm hearing is stay the course. Sounds like the community.
Stay the course.
Okay, all right. I love that. Yeah. Y'all give it up for Hank and Sam. Okay. So up next we have the open source panel, and that is going to be a special treat for the people who are here live. So we are going to say goodbye to the YouTube stream. So goodbye YouTube stream. We'll see you next year. But for the people that are still here.